Good morning, and welcome back to the CSAC 2018 spring meeting. Before I go on script, I'd like to stray a little bit for us to play that long-running quiz program called Who Said That? It's unprecedented. It's among federal agencies, I believe. And you can answer silently, but I can tell by the expressions on their faces if you know the answer or not. But you don't have to blurt it out, unless you really want to blurt it out. And these are not direct quotes either, so they're some of my recollections, not all of them. Citizenship question: innovating and producing simultaneously. Most interesting directorate.
Boy, that was well timed.
I like that one, Tom.
Oh, you like that one? Lots of good news in the 2018 budget. Managing risk. 1,000 partnership specialists for 2020 census. Update lead for Puerto Rico. 35 operations, 44 systems. Staff focused on technical matters the day after at 9 o'clock, at a 9 o'clock meeting. Test of citizenship question: what big decisions remain? Multimode is a way to reduce risk. The unknown unknowns concern us. This is important. We won't take a break. Why ask age and date of birth? Ordering of checkboxes, male or female versus female or male. Citizenship question will be the last question asked in the 2020 Census questionnaire. Impersonation of U.S. Census Bureau. Adding in records at the margins. Emphasize Census Bureau as a scientific agency, which it has always been. And this one stands out in my head, and I wonder if anyone knows this. It went down on March 26th at 11:43 a.m. for 2.75 hours. I'm going to ask who said that. Who said that? Archie said that. Thank you. Yesterday was a very productive day with great discussion. Before the CSAC develops and submits its formal recommendations, this morning program will cover the following topics: administrative records research and the American Community Survey, a report from the Administrative Records Data Working Group, and a session on the new annual business survey. If anyone intends to give public comment this morning and has not done so, please provide your name to the registration desk. For virtual attendees, I will provide a call-in number later that will also show up on your screens during the public comment session, scheduled at 11 a.m. today. Some housekeeping. I would like to remind members to clearly state your name and speak directly into the microphone so that we can accurately reflect your comments. This is needed each time you speak. Some committee members may still need to stop by the registration desk for your packet of travel reimbursement materials. Please do so this morning. For committee members needing to ride the bus to the hotel, the bus will leave promptly at 2:15 today in front of the building, in the metro entrance. The bus will make a 2:45 stop at the Ronald Reagan Airport and then a 2:15 stop at the hotel. For committee members needing a taxi, please give your name at the registration desk. Before you leave, please remember to leave your badges on the table, so just leave your badges in front of you. Just as a reminder, due to federal guidelines governing meetings and conferences, the refreshments are for committee members only. So let's please welcome Barbara Anderson, who will offer a few opening comments. Barbara?
Hi, gang. You're a fabulous committee. We made a lot of progress yesterday. Today we will finish our comments. I sent to people a draft of what I did yesterday, and you can look at it and we can change whatever you want and build on it, but you are the best people. And I think we'll have a productive day, and thanks a lot.
Thank you, Barbara. Now, let's welcome Tori Velkoff, who will present on administrative records research usage in the American Community Survey. And there is a discussion here, followed by Barbara Buttonfield. Tori?
I think she's going to discuss both.
Come on. Thank you.
Aren't you going to discuss both together after you do yours? Whatever you want. We'll do whatever you want.
So good morning, and thank you for having us. We're very excited to be here to talk to you about the promise of administrative records in the American Community Survey. I think we all agree that there is great promise for using administrative records in the ACS, but the question is how best to use them. And I'm going to walk through some of the things that we've been doing. So I'm going to talk about three things this morning. First, I want to talk a little bit about the American Community Survey in general, and then talk about how we've been thinking about using administrative records, and then talk about some very specific research that we have done on housing estimates using administrative records. I want to start by talking about the ACS and what our program priorities are. We are the flagship survey of the Census Bureau. I know that 2020 is the big show, but 2020 happens once every 10 years, and we're in the field every day, every month. We put out data annually. Every September, we put out one-year data, so we're getting ready right now to put out the 2017 data by September 30th of 2018. We also put out supplemental one-year estimates in October of every year. And in December, we put out five-year estimates. So this December, we'll be releasing our five-year estimates based on 2013 through 2017. And these data are used to allocate over $675 billion each year. The data are foundational, they're very important, and we have a North Star that guides the work that we do, and that is in terms of quality. And we think about quality in many different ways, in terms of the respondent experience, in terms of our survey operations, and in terms of data quality. So let me start with respondent experience and talk a bit about what we've done to improve the respondent experience. We realize that we are nothing if we don't have our respondents. We need those people to respond so we have data. So to that end, we do a lot to make sure that that experience is pleasant as it can be. We've trained our field representatives to be respectful of the respondent. Our field representatives are great. Their goal is to get the data so they can be tenacious, and we want them to do that in a very respectful manner. We also introduced an internet instrument in 2013, and we've been making tweaks to that. We think that improves the respondent experience. We periodically do content tests. We did a content test in 2016. We'll be implementing those changes in 2019, where we are improving questions, how we ask questions, making it easier for the respondent to respond. We also came up with something that we call the burden threshold score. So we heard some concerns from respondents and from Congress that the ACS has burden for respondents. It's intrusive. So we came up with a burden threshold score. We typically first ask people to respond via mail, so we'll send them several different mailings that first month. In the second month, historically, we've contacted people through our telephone interviewing, so our CADI operations. And then our third month of data collection historically has been in-person interviews. So we gave a score to each time we contacted the respondent, and we accumulated that over time. And once a respondent has reached a certain score, we take them out of sample. And we do this because we think if we've mailed you 4 or 5 pieces of mail and you haven't responded, and then we called you 10 to 15 times and you haven't responded, and then we've shown up at your house 4 or 5 times and you haven't responded, at this point we might just be harassing you. So we're going to take you out of sample. It's a very small proportion. It doesn't do much to our response rates, but we think it gets rid of that, you know, the people that might be pushed into complaining to their congressman. In terms of survey operations, we're always trying to do our survey efficiently and as effectively as possible. Yesterday, when you heard Enrique talk about the budget and he had that really big number for 2020, you might have noticed he didn't say a really big number for the ACS. The ACS's budget is at $213.6 million in 2017 and 2018, and this is lower than it has been historically. In 2014, we had $230 million. In 2015, we also had $230 million. 2016, 226, and now we're at 213. So we have to make sure that we're operating efficiently. To that end, we closely monitor all of our survey operations. In 2016 and 2017, what we noticed was that our telephone interviews, our CADI operation, that the costs were going up per case. So our CADI cost per case was increasing each month, and in fact, it surpassed our CAPI costs. And we also noticed that the number of completed interviews that we were getting through CADI was dropping each month. So we did a couple things. We looked at that and said, this just doesn't make sense to keep putting money into a telephone operation that's not giving us data back. Of course, it makes sense why it's not giving us data back. You all interact with your smartphone differently than you did 10 years ago. You probably don't answer if you don't know who's calling. You probably would be hesitant to give your information out over the phone. Even if I told you I was from the U.S. Census Bureau, you might not believe me. So we decided, first we cut back on the number of cases and the number of call attempts in our CADI operations, and then in October of 2017, we eliminated that operation. So we no longer have 4 modes of data collection, we have 3. We have 2 self-response modes, internet and mail, and we have the in-person interviewing. You can still call in and do an interview, but we are no longer making outbound calls for ACS. And of course, we're always concerned about our data quality. We want to put out the highest data quality that we can, so to that end, we're always doing research to improve data quality. We have lots of different research that we do. I'm going to be talking about administrative records, but we have a report called Agility in Action that I suggest you go look at if you'd like to see the other research we're doing. One of the research things that we often are looking at is our mail materials and how we can improve them to improve self-response. And our program goals are really reputable, researched, and responsive. We want to put out reputable data. We think we have the Census Bureau brand and that we do that. We want to make all of our improvements based on research, so the CADI decision was based on looking at data. And we like to be responsive. We think that the eliminating CADI was responsive. We think the threshold burden score was responsive. And now that we are thinking about how we're going to use administrative records, we think that that has an impact on all 3 of our quality items that we think about. If we introduce administrative records into the ACS, that will improve respondent experience because we could possibly ask less questions. We know it can improve our survey operations if we have to ask less questions, and we think that if we introduce administrative records into the ACS, that our data quality will improve. So I think we're all in agreement that we should use administrative records not just to reduce respondent burden, but to improve data quality and increase the survey data quality. But how do we best do that? And we're considering a couple of things that I want you to think about as I go through my talk. I want you to think about reliability, accuracy, consistency, quality, and timeliness. As we've done this work, we have realized that we need to make some decisions before we implement administrative records into the ACS. One of the things that I am hoping that you will give us feedback on is what type of criteria should we have in place before we use an administrative record. It's one thing to say that there's an administrative record out there that looks good. It's very different to start to use it in production. So what type of criteria should we be thinking about as we move into using administrative records? So we've done a lot of work in the last couple of years, and let me tell you a little bit about the work we've done. We've done a series of research reports where we looked at different items on the ACS, and we looked at items such as phone service, year built, part of a condominium, tenure, property value, real estate taxes, having a mortgage, sale of agricultural products, Social Security, wages, income, pensions, residence 1 year ago. a number of bedrooms and rooms in a house, facilities, fuel type, and acreage. And what we did is we did a series of reports looking at whether those administrative records looked promising. And what we decided is that some of them didn't look promising and some of them looked promising. The ones that did not look promising were things like condominium fees or telephone service residents 1 year ago. So we either determined that the administrative record we had really wasn't fit for use or wasn't, I think the juice wasn't worth the squeeze for those, or that we didn't have one consolidated source of administrative records for those items. There are items that do look promising. 2 of those are income and housing. So let me talk about income for a minute. I think that it's easy for everyone in this room, even if you don't work with administrative records, to think to yourself, the IRS knows my income. You all either just filled out your taxes or about to fill out your taxes, so you know that the IRS has your income pretty precisely. So it's easy to think that that might be a great administrative record for us to use in the ACS. The IRS covers about 80 to 85% of the population. Obviously, there are pockets of the population that are not in the tax universe. Those pockets are probably different from the people that are in the tax universe, and they're probably located in different geographic areas around the country. But for the vast majority of the population, we probably have pretty good data in the IRS records, and it might even be more reliable than your self-reported data. I know that if you ask me how much money I make, I'll give you some figure, but I know when I fill out my taxes, I'm filling it out to the digit, right? So this brings me to one of the things I want you to think about, sources of administrative records. IRS data are a federal data source. Nice, we have all the data for everyone in one place. That is comforting to me as a production shop. Another source of administrative records would be state data. There's 50 states plus the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico. We're probably all comfortable that states have administrative records. It might be harder for us to bring them all together, but it's not doable. That's quoting Enrique with my double negatives. It's doable, right? It's a challenge, but we could do it. Enrique always says, I don't know nothing, and I'm like, oh yeah, don't understand. So state records might be a good source of administrative records. County government records, county tax records might be a good source. There's over 3,000 counties. It would be hard for us to get all that county data in-house in a timely manner, but we could use a third-party vendor to do that, and that's what the research I'm going to talk about does. And again, we are probably all comfortable with that. However, we know that the quality will differ among those counties, the coverage will differ among those counties, so we need to think about that as we move forward. So I would like you to think about coverage, timeliness, sources as I walk through this research. I'm going to share some preliminary research findings from work we did using administrative records to simulate housing estimates. Sandy Clark and Chase Sawyer from the American Community Survey did this research. Sandy and Chase are both on spring break, so I have the pleasure of presenting their research. What I like about this research is that it really kicks the tires. They brought administrative records into our production, ran it through our edits and imputations, created a data product, and compared that. I'm a production shop. As I said, we put out data annually. So I need to know that I can bring administrative records into that production shop. And like I said, this research really does that all. It thinks about how we would adapt our design, it runs the data through our edits and imputation, and it creates estimates. The first time they presented this research to me, I thought to myself, wow, that's great, but now I have a lot of questions, like should we be using a third-party data source? What do we do if we don't have data for a state? How do we deal with all of these things? And I think that you're going to have some of those same questions, and I hope that we can have a conversation about that at the end of this. We have done some internal briefings of this. We've briefed the executive staff here at the Census Bureau. We've also briefed the Interagency Council for Statistical Policy on this research. We are going to present this research at APOR, at our state data centers, and at APDU. So we really are briefing it out because we want to get input back. So as I said, we know that, that we have research that shows that we have good match rates, and there's promise for some housing items. Specifically, we're looking at year built, property value, real estate taxes, and acreage. We think that the ACS is the perfect platform for simulating the use of administrative records in a survey because we have a huge sample, we span multiple geographic areas, we cover many topics, and we're a high-profile survey. And this test also presents a really good opportunity to satisfy our program goals to produce reputable data, continually research new initiatives and methods, and be responsive to government leaders, data users, and our respondents. So I want to walk you through how we thought about this research in terms of our design. What Sandy and Chase did was they took our production 2015 ACS, and what they did is if a respondent, first they matched the administrative records to our sample cases, and then if a respondent replied either through the internet, CADI, because this is 2015, we still had CADI, or CAPI, we used administrative records for these 4 items. If a respondent responded through the mail, then we took their mail response. So we think that we can be adaptive in our electronic instruments, but in our mail questionnaire, it's going to be a little more difficult. So for this exercise, we thought if someone responded via mail, we would take their response. If they didn't respond for one of these items and we had an administrative record, we used it. But if they gave us a response, we used their response. And we did this because if you think about it, and we have 4 items that we're looking at, we'd have to have multiple mail questionnaires to be adaptive with our mail questionnaire. So for the purposes of this study, we are adapting our electronic instruments so that we don't ask the question if we have an administrative record for you, and if you responded via mail, we use your mail response unless you didn't fill out the item. And if we have an administrative record, we'll use it. So with the goal of seeing what the impact administrative records have on our published estimates, we compared the test and control summary metrics and key measures. The research compared hundreds of estimates that we released for the US and over 2 million more when considering lower geographic. Oh, I'm on the wrong slide, I think. Nope, I'm not on the wrong slide. Sorry, I am on the wrong slide. Sorry. I thought it was odd that I was telling you what we were doing without having told you what we really did. So we used the ACS from 2015, and we did direct substitution for the most promising housing items: year built, acreage, property value, real estate taxes. For housing units, as I said, that responded via internet, CADI, or CAPI, we used administrative records. We used administrative records for ACS mail returns when the response was missing. Now, let me talk about the results. So I'm going to talk about very high-level results. Sandy and Chase will do a paper that will dive into many estimates and geographies, but I'm going to touch on the national level. Approximately 79% of the 575 national level estimates were statistically different between the control and the test. While the direction varied between the test and control, many of the test items using administrative records were lower than our control estimates. And remember, the control is the production. It's what we released in 2016 for the 2015 data product. We found this to be particularly true for the property value item. Oh, there's a big old bug over here. Sorry. Thank you, Dave. And then there was death. Sorry. Thank you, Dave. I saw something moving out of the corner of my eye, and I'm thinking, Okay. Yes, other duties. Okay, so as I said, the difference, or the direction of the difference varied, but for many items it was lower in the control, particularly for property value. And of course this makes sense because in the ACS we ask you, how much do you think you could get if you sold your house? And anyone who's ever sold a house knows that you think you can get a lot for your house. And then you meet with a real estate agent and they say, yeah, I don't think so. It's a little bit lower. So it makes sense, right? And we found that using administrative records allowed us to obtain significantly more data than we get from survey responses alone, which resulted in lower allocation rates. So the control, the test had lower allocation rates than the control. For acreage, it was 2.4 percentage points lower. For year built, it was 5.2 percentage points lower. Property value, 6.8, and real estate taxes, 12.5 percentage points lower. And one of the things that we learned as we went through this was that these 4 items also impact other survey items. So we have a very complicated edit and imputation process within the ACS. And when we ran our administrative record housing unit estimates through, they had impacts on other survey items, most notably income. So we didn't expect that. But then when we saw that result, it made sense because property value goes into the imputation deck for household income. So just think about that we're changing something in this part of the survey that's going to impact something farther down the survey, which is part of the reason I like this research, because it's running these data all the way through our production. So we'll see what estimates will look like. So one of the main reasons that we wanted to look at using administrative records was to reduce burden. We defined burden for this purpose as receiving the survey questions, and we see that using administrative records greatly reduces respondent burden for all 4 items. We were able to skip the question for the following percentage of ACS responders: 52% for acreage, 47.2% for property value, 38% for year built, and 55% for real estate tax. Obviously, if we could think of a way to adapt our mail design, the reduction in burden would be greater.
Is that a percentage of the ACS internet responders or a percentage of all responders?
All responders. She asked if it was for internet or all responders. It was all responders. Correct, Dave? Yes, okay. Sorry about the small map in here. When we do this presentation internally, we use Tableau, and it looks a little better, but we're using PowerPoint. This graph is looking at the percent difference in median property value, the test minus the control by state. And what you can see in this map is that for every state, the test had a lower property value than the control. Again, not surprising. Administrative records might have a more realistic assessment of what property value is, but it should be noted that for every single state, the property value was lower in our test than it was in our control. Maine had the smallest difference, 0.4%. Nevada, Georgia, and New Jersey had the highest percent difference with about 10% or more. So just think about that, and you're going to understand why Maine has such a small percent difference in a couple of slides. We then looked at counties, and again, for the majority of counties, the test has a lower property value than the control. Not all counties, but the majority of counties. There's some counties where the test was higher than the control, but the vast majority of counties that we have one-year data for, the test had a lower home value than the control. So the administrative records had a lower home value than did our ACS responders. If we zoom into the place level, I don't know if you guys can see this well. We see, again, the majority of places have a lower home value in the test than the control. There are a few exceptions. I want to talk about two. Flint and Detroit. They had higher home value. The test was lower for the majority of counties. For Flint and Detroit, the test had higher. So we were using administrative records for Flint and Detroit in that test. They had higher home values. What do we know about Flint and Detroit? Their property values probably have been dropping. Flint had a man-made disaster. Detroit had an economic crisis. So property owners in Flint and Detroit might have a better idea of what their property is worth than that administrative record that may be a year or two old. So this brings up one of the questions I want to discuss. If we're measuring something that's changing using ACS data, using ACS questions, and we move to using administrative records that have a lag, are we giving up something? Right? I think we might all agree that the responses for Flint and Detroit might be more accurate than the administrative records we're using for Flint and Detroit at this point. So these two maps show you both the state match rates and the county match rates. And what this is, it's the percentage of the ACS households that have at least one of the items in an administrative record. So one of the 4 items: property value, real estate tax, acreage, and year built. On the left-hand side is states, on the right-hand side is counties. Note that Maine has the lowest match rate, 8.5%. For the majority of states, the match rate is over 50%, so at least one of the items matching in the administrative records 50% of the times. However, there are some states that have lower match rates: Alaska, Hawaii, and West Virginia. But Maine has the very lowest, 8.5%. If we look at counties, again, we see that there's a distribution. Again, Maine does not have a great match rate, but there are some counties in the Midwest and the West that also don't have great match rates. If we look at the match rates by the 4 items, the top left is looking at the match rates for acreage. Pretty good match rates. Real estate taxes is on the top right, also pretty good match rates, with the exception of parts of the Midwest and Maine. If we look at home value, that's on the bottom left. Match rates are not great at the county level. And year built, match rates are not so great. That's on the bottom right. We have poor coverage in Wisconsin, Maine, and in Vermont we have no data on year built. So there's just no data in the tax records that we have for Vermont on year built. So there's some challenges as we move forward, one being the source of administrative records, and I hope we have a conversation about this. We are relying on an outside vendor, CoreLogic, to aggregate all of the county records for us. And the best source of property value data that comes from CoreLogic is something called the Automated Valuation Model, or AVM. The methodology for this model is unknown. So think about that for a moment. Just remember, this is a simple exercise. We were just testing it out. We probably wouldn't do this in production. But if we did, we would be relying on a third-party vendor using a model that we don't know to come up with home value. Now think about if CoreLogic was not a nice operator, they could control the property value in the United States simply by changing their model. Of course, if we were going to use CoreLogic data, we would model in-house. But just think about that. How comfortable are we using third-party data? How comfortable are we using third-party data that is modeling something using home sales and assessments, and we don't understand that model? We also see that the collection of administrative record differs among jurisdictions. Data are not available for some areas or some types of housing units. Our data are used, as I said, to distribute $675 billion of federal funds each year. So let's just think about Maine for a minute and home value. If we had administrative records for every state except Maine, and we know that home value is lower when we use administrative records, if money are distributed based on those home values, and if you have lower home values, you get more money from HUD. Let's just say, for example, are we hurting Maine because Maine is using their responses in the ACS and we don't have a good administrative record for Maine? Now, of course, we could model Maine, but that's just something to think about. How do we deal with the fact that some geographies don't have good data, and would we be unfairly treating them if we went forward using administrative records? Again, there's a time lag between the survey year and administrative records, so we would need to wrap our head around that. As I said, we release our survey data 9 months after we finish collecting data, so we need to make sure that we can get administrative records in a timely manner. There's also some challenges in incorporating administrative records into the ACS. Sometimes we weren't able to match the administrative record to our ACS respondent. That's something we can probably get over internally. It's going to be difficult to adapt all modes, particularly for the mail mode. Again, that's something we could get over, but it's going to be more difficult than adapting our electronic instrument. Introducing administrative records into the ACS has an impact on the entire survey life cycle, and it's going to take significant resources to do that, and it would be risky to do it without thorough testing. And while we think that administrative records will improve our data quality if we are using publicly available administrative records, that may complicate our data disclosure avoidance, right? If we know what your taxes were from the county tax assessor and we're using those exact tax records in the ACS. We can get over that. It's just something we need to think about. So our preliminary conclusions are, we know that, or we've found through this research that we could significantly reduce respondent burden in terms of asking these survey items. We saw that there were significant improvements in item allocation rates, so we think we will get better data quality. We have to overcome several challenges, the source of the administrative record and incorporating it into the ACS. We know that the administrative data are different from the ACS response data, so that would constitute a break in series. And we know using 2 estimate sources that are different and potentially unfairly represent some geographies, we need to think about that. So think about if we have a break-in series for something like income or home value, we would really need to do a lot of outreach and communicating about that before we did it. We couldn't just pull the switch and use administrative records for home value and then have home value drop for the United States. It would be, without communicating and educating our data users, that could be a really bad story, right? You know, the economy's going south quickly. So we really want to be thoughtful and careful about how we do this. And we also know that for these 4 items that they impacted other survey items such as income. So we want to be careful about how we do that. We have a few questions for you. What criteria should we use to determine what administrative records are fit for use? What is the best way to introduce administrative records into the ACS production? Should we run it in parallel for a few years and release both sets of estimates? And how do we communicate the change in estimates if we switch to using administrative records? It's one thing to talk to a highly educated audience. It's another thing to talk to a naive user of data. So how best do we communicate that? Thank you.
Babs, you can do this however you want. If you want to have your discussion about her now, you can, or you could go on to your thing and do it together, whatever you want.
All this technology gets confusing. Thank you very much. I'll do the discussion and then maybe we can do Q&A and then I'll talk about the 2020 records. I'm Babs Buttonfield. For those of you on the internet, I'm from the University of Colorado and I'm the discussant for this section. Just a little bit of background for people who are unfamiliar with why administrative records seem to be coming to a position of visibility, especially for ACS. A lot of this is taken from the census website and from briefings that my working group has had in the past months. And I'll be quick about this. It's just 2 or 3 slides. The ACS is conducted every year, also every 5 years, and it provides up-to-date information on social and economic needs of the community. The concerns about respondent burden and perceived intrusiveness led to a congressional request to consider making the ACS voluntary. Census testing has showed that this would reduce response rates, and it could increase costs to maintain sample size, because more people would have to be asked to get the same sample size a year. And the estimates we heard in briefings were about $90 million a year, so it's not an insignificant cost increase. And the reduced sample size could also increase error and bias rates, what are seen in the ACS as margins of error. So Census wants to minimize the concerns about respondent burden while maintaining the quality of data collection. So that's the juggling act. The ACS crew, this came from Jennifer Ortman, solicited input from the National Academies of Science Committee for National Statistics in spring of 2016, and also met with the Harvard Behavioral Insight Group in December 2016 to talk about this juggling act that they have to do. And the changes that came about as a result, Tori actually talked about them, came out in a series of agility and action reports, and you can download these from the Census website. Tori's presentation is focusing on 4 housing variables and using the ACS 2015 responses as a source for mail, internet, telephone, and in-person modes of data collection. They were simulating 1-year and 5-year products, although I think, Tori, you were just summarizing the 1 year. And the 4 topics that they were working on, property tax, property value, year built, and acreage, were found to be a promising use of administrative records for data collection. Now, in the testing, they were creating simulated products and then matching these with the 2015 ACS responses. And the intention is to explore production system changes that would allow for the most effective use of ACS. So now I have some questions, Tori, for you, and then I'll try to answer the questions you had for us. This is a slide that came from Tori's slide deck, and in the bottom half of this, you see the mail survey mode, and that makes perfect sense. When a response is missing for the mail mode in the lower half of the diagram, use the administrative records. That seems quite logical. But in the upper half of the diagram, I confess I'm confused. I have a PhD. You have to tell me these things several times. I don't understand. If you are using internet and telephone and in-person modes, or at least you were at that time, if an administrative record is present, what I understood from your report is that you go ahead and use the administrative record. And I don't understand why you don't ask for confirmation when you go to the response, instead of just assuming that administrative record is perfect. You mentioned Flint and Detroit, where the administrative records are obviously quite different. Now, asking for confirmation might not reduce the respondent burden, but it would improve the quality. It would give you one more data point. And so the question that I have for you is, what is more important? Is it reducing the burden? Is it improving the quality? And I appreciate this is a juggling act, so I'm just throwing this back on the table, because I think that is what the real question here is. How do we do both? Another question I have for you about this diagram is, what is the proportion of responses in each mode? Do you get differential rates in matches between the test and control for internet and CAPI versus mail? And I don't know if you've looked into this, but that might bear some investigation. Just a question. I took your maps, and I'm a geographer. I like maps. I play with maps. And so I put the 3 maps. You've got the state property value difference, the county, and then at the bottom you have the places. And a few questions about these, and then I'll come back to this median range and interquartile range that I have. So the questions in red. If I understand correctly, the year of the test was 2015. The year of the control is 2016. Both are 2015, okay. And my question, I thought that they were different, and I was wondering if these property values are standardized for inflation. So let me pose the question a little differently. Let's assume that you have a test and control that differ by 1 or more years. And you mentioned, again, Flint and Detroit. Let me give you an example from Boulder, Colorado, which is kind of the opposite situation. Google moved in and put in a headquarters, and within about 6 months, everybody who owns a house is rich. I mean, our property values just skyrocketed. So I wouldn't expect that you'd have a good match. And so I think that this notion of standardizing for maybe not inflation, I don't know if inflation actually goes that fast, but thinking about these other economic issues that are going to affect, in this case, property value, is something that you might be able to put into your statistical models. And a second question relates to the counties, not the state, the top map, the middle map. Are the blank areas, the white areas, are those not statistically?
Can I just interrupt you for a second? So for the county map, we are showing only the counties that we released with 1-year data. So the white on this map are counties that would come out with 5-year data. It's not a statistical thing at all. It's only that for 1-year data, we release states for every state. We release for those counties that are shown in the map for the counties, and for those places that are shown in the place maps. I'm sorry if that was not clear.
Okay, that changes everything. Never mind. But for the place map in the bottom, are the circle sizes proportion to populations? Is that what we're looking at, the circles? And are you accounting for size in your simulation? Population size?
What do you mean, are we accounting for size?
The states and the counties are comprehensive coverages. They're exhaustive. There is no place in the coterminous U.S. that you don't have a county. But there are places in the coterminous U.S. where you don't have places.
Correct.
Right. So are you incorporating the fact that some of those places are large and some of them are small?
Only in so much as that however many responses we have for that place differ by place size, right? Mm-hmm. So for LA, it's going to have a huge sample size. And the only places that we're showing are places of 65,000 or more, right? So this is, again, what we would put out if we were putting out the 1-year data.
Thank you. Let me come down to the issue of the median ranges and the interquartiles. And for those of you who are familiar with statistics, just take a deep breath. Many people who are listening to this on the web may not be familiar with what's the difference between a mean and a median, a standard deviation and an interquartile range. But for purposes of argument, let's assume that they're roughly analogous. I'm a geographer by training, and in geography we have a principle known as the modifiable areal unit problem, which says that as you enumerate by smaller and smaller areas, you can expect your variation to go up. And sure enough, that's what happens for the states and the counties. But when I look at the place interquartile range, it's the same as the counties, even though the median, that's the central tendency, is going up. And I'm intrigued by that because it's not following this principle in geography. I don't think that that's a problem with the data. Actually, what I think it's showing us is that, in fact, there's a tighter clustering of property values relative to the county areas. And this may be because the places are showing us samples that are weighting urban areas more heavily than rural. But it's a very intriguing thing, and you don't often see this when you look at things at 3 different levels of scale. So this is more a curiosity than a criticism, but it's something that I think bears some investigation. This slide, I'm not sure that I can, I'll try here. But again, it's because I thought that the white areas were not statistically significant. So if I'm putting my foot in my mouth, it's my foot in my mouth. I looked at the county differences matching the coverages. So we're looking at the property values that have significant differences in the top, and in the bottom we're looking at the percentage match. So gold is a low match and green is a high match. And I started looking at the areas with a higher match, the green areas in the bottom, but with few significant differences. Eastern Oregon, Nevada, Idaho, Utah, Western Colorado, to name a few. And then I looked at the areas with a lower match, those are the gold areas in the bottom, but more significant differences. New Mexico, I'm not so sure about West Texas, but maybe Western Kansas. Eastern Montana, the Dakotas, part of Appalachia. So most of the gold areas in the map. And I'm wondering if these regions could be distinguished by one or more demographic characteristics that might be incorporated into your simulations. I don't know, and I don't have in my head what the boundaries are for the 6 census regions, so I can't do it off the top of my head. But again, this notion of the geographic, the regionalization of this might be something that would be helpful to you. So one of the challenges that you mentioned was this fact that you have a single outside vendor and you're using CoreLogic. The Administrative Records Working Group, the 2020 Working Group, was asked to identify possible vendors, and Krishna Rao, thank you very much, Krishna, for pulling this together in very, very short order. And his moment of fame, he's left the room. He put this chart together, and I'll walk you through this quickly, and then I'll give you the chart, right, so you can see the whole thing. Across the columns in the top, you have CoreLogic, you have another company, RealtyTrack, you have Black Knight, Zillow, and First American. So there are 5 companies. And then you have these rows, a description, the database source, geographic coverage, products and services, and possible issues. So CoreLogic seems to be the established real estate leader. RealtyTrack tends to focus on foreclosed properties. Black Knight tends to focus on mortgage solutions and services for the real estate industry. Zillow is working to add to the database that they're leveraging from Black Knight. First American works mostly with title insurance. In terms of the database sources, CoreLogic has built its own database, more than 4.5 billion records spanning over 50 years. I think this is a good example of what constitutes big data. RealtyTrack licenses its database from CoreLogic. Black Knight built its own. Zillow is leveraging from Black Knight and adding on to it. First American is working on the Black Knight database. The geographic coverage, you can see most of these companies are working with close to or all of the counties in the United States. The differences I note are in how much coverage they have for mortgages. So CoreLogic has 80%, Black Knight has 70%, Zillow has 70%, and First American has 99% data on the mortgages. In terms of the products and services, Tori mentioned the automated valuation model. CoreLogic uses one that's proprietary. They also have some problems with their API, if I read the table correctly from Krishna. The bulk licensing is available all the way across, as far as I know. Zillow is producing a more flexible API, and they also have an automated valuation model. And then the issues about who is relying on what. The big issue is that CoreLogic's model is proprietary, as Tori said. Black Knight is apparently leaving the market, and it's apparently also very costly. So if I look at this and you look at this, maybe this will help you to think about working with someone other than CoreLogic. First American could help you with mortgages, for example. Zillow is adding on to the Black Knight database if they do go out of business. So again, perhaps this will help. And then the questions that were posed to CSAC, the first one on what criteria should determine the fitness for use. From your slides, Tori, you mentioned reliability, accuracy, consistency, timeliness, and quality. I think of quality as an umbrella term for all of the others, and so I think you've given us the criteria, but I think you're asking us something more, and so my suggestion to you would be to run statistical models to determine the contribution of each criterion, and how is it contributing to the accuracy? Is it reducing the MOE? Is it giving you a higher match rate with records? Is it reducing the burden of response? Is it an issue of currentness, the timing of your data? And I have to say that I didn't get the slides in time enough to poll my working group or CSAC, so this is the world according to Babs that you're seeing, and I would really appreciate the input of some of the strong minds sitting around this table to help me with this. But these are the ways that I would apply statistical testing if I were going to do it. What is the best way to introduce administrative records into ACS production? You suggested to run the two in parallel temporarily. I'm, again, taking this geographic approach. Do you run it for selected parts of the country as a test and base these on your prioritized criteria and or regions with similar characteristics, such as I showed you in the 8th slide in my presentation? So you can count back from 135. You could also run, introduce the administrative records for selected topics. You're doing it for housing for the 4 variables. You could do it based on the strongest results, so that as it's introduced to the public, you're showing the results that are giving the strongest match, for example. And then how to communicate the change in estimates that use the administrative records. This is tricky, and I think you know this before you even ask this. You could flag records, add a field for administrative records. You could add a field containing a modified margin of error, but I am pretty sure that 99% of the people who have not worked with this data before don't even understand what an MOE is, that it's 1.6245, whatever it is, times the standard error. They may not even know what a standard error is. So modifying the MOE may further obfuscate what you're trying to clarify. So I'm not sure that I can give you much help on communicating the change, but I appreciate that you have a very difficult task ahead of you, and I wish you every success.
Do you want to, is it okay, Tor, if you take the questions first? Questions, Andrew, Ken, Sunshine, Krishna, and Kathy. Go ahead.
I thought the questions were coming. Sorry, Andrew Sandwick. Thanks for your presentation. I have mostly high-level commentary. You asked the question about what sorts of records you should use. I would suggest that you add in the characteristic of whether the information is public or not public. And so it's nice to see that you started with something that's essentially public. If you were to go to income, I mean, it's known to other parts of the government, but it was not provided necessarily to the IRS with the understanding that it would be shared. And so other places in the federal government where information is shared across a household survey and administrative records, there's a very elaborate set of permissions that are typically granted. Most of my experiences with the Health and Retirement Study and linked Social Security records. You asked for some input on what should we be using the administrative records for. I'll just give you my opinion. Reducing respondent burden doesn't really light me up. Increasing quality of response, I see compelling reasons to do that. And in particular, item non-response, where you're still going to the households for their response of the, to the question. I would also suggest that you think carefully about how this differs in the public use micro data sets versus when you've aggregated this up to some minimum threshold geography. I worry a lot more about the public use micro records than I do where there's been some aggregation and so some of the noise is sort of filtered out. I think you have a little bit more latitude on the latter. And I guess on the substance of what you showed us mostly, so I live in Vermont. I can't answer when it was all built. I would probably plug in 1905 if I didn't know the information. you know, our towns take the assessments very seriously in the sense of a fiscal transfer. So my house has never been assessed for the amount that I bought it for. The discount is typically about 10%. I think it is fairly assessed relative to other properties being assessed by the same assessor, but every town in Vermont knows that the lower is that value, the less they have to transfer into the state to redistribute through a very particular and peculiar education financing system. I think what you get in the survey data is something like, what would be the listing price of the house if you put it on the market immediately? And you have other data on that. And so I think by small geography, you have to build a model of how the thing that is reported in the administrative record relates to the thing that is reported in the survey. And I don't think that's insurmountable. I just think that's a very deliberate step that you have to take. Thanks.
Ken?
Ken Simonson. On that year built, it seems to me that the administrative record might vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction as to when it's, whether it's when the permit was issued, when construction started, when a certificate of occupancy was issued, or some other document that says, okay, this is now finished and it's on the market, or perhaps occupied, and occupied could be years later. I think these issues are magnified for multifamily properties where sometimes the builder gets a permit years before they decide the market is ready to support the construction. The construction itself very often extends over more than one calendar year. But even for a single-family property, it would not be rare to see construction commence in one year and finish in the next calendar year. And then for properties that are extensively renovated or added to, is the owner going to take that year of renovation as the year that the property was finished, whereas if they did that without getting a permit, for instance, the jurisdiction may think that there was only the original year of construction. So I think a lot of reasons that you'd get differentiation between the respondent and the administrative record.
Sunshine?
I would like to second Andrew's point regarding kind of the perception, not just of your data users, but of the respondents in terms of the sensitivity of the records that are being used and appropriateness of their use. And one of the things that is an issue in other countries, and perhaps not here when we've been talking about administrative records as much, but the potential need for consent for using some type of records. When you're doing a survey that is possible, complicates things quite a bit. But I would like to see probably some kind of acknowledgement of the possibility that some records are going to be more sensitive to use than others. The other thing that I just wanted to flag, and in part because I think it comes back to some of the discussions from yesterday, and in running and releasing parallel estimates, one of the risks is that people end up making choices about which one to use, not on the basis of what is scientifically most valid, but on a strategic calculation about which is going to benefit them. And this is my concern about the group quarters reallocation. And I just think from you know, the standpoint generally of Census Bureau decisions, that you want to kind of take a stand on what is, from a nonpartisan, non-political standpoint, you know, what are the benefits and limitations of a given approach, but which one is the one that you make the official release. That is not to say that you don't want, I mean, the bridging issue is an important one, but I always worry about when two things are released and kind of giving flexibility for decisions to be made on something other than a scientific basis. And I think I'll stop there.
Krishna?
All right, I have sorry, this is Krishna Rao. I have a few questions, but maybe I'll just limit to a couple because it seems like they're piling up a little bit. One is, I think, in general, you showed a bunch of interesting data on comparisons. It's a little tough to know what to do with it because this question of kind of ground truth and how do we think they're different? Well, is one better? And we probably all have a bunch of priors about that. But it would be great if maybe in continuation of this research, some push towards some sort of ground truth and kind of maybe in a limited subset of some fields. You know, you think about for acreage that's potentially measurable for some set of homes, for things like home values. You can think about testing aggregation against, say, the federal flow of funds, or just some way to get a sense of not just where they're different, but how do we think about accuracy as opposed to differences. The other point I wanted to raise, you mentioned at some point in this simulation the idea that changing values for a bunch of the fields you got directly from administrative records had downstream impacts on, say, income because of imputation. That confused me a little bit because given that we do think these two sources are systematically different, it doesn't seem like we should apply an imputation procedure based on self-reported home values and then just use that same procedure when we use administrative record home values or AVM home values as the input into it. And it seems like instead you should think, if you think about deployments in production, having a different imputation procedure for those two that kind of corrects for systematic differences in the input data.
Kathy?
Hi. I mean, I have a concern about using a proprietary model. My experience, I have used some of these data sources myself, and I'm sure you have more clout than an individual user. But we have seen changes in data when they have changed their methodology, and they actually just refuse to acknowledge it. So I think. I don't know whether it's possible for you to get a non-disclosure agreement, for you to look, to actually, there's certain people at the Census Bureau who get to look at what's behind there. If there's some assurances about you get notifications as they change the model. In a commercial company that is trying to stay competitive, they will continue to improve their model, and maybe continuity will be less of a priority than before. So I think that there's things like acreage or year built, or it might be plus or minus, a few other things, but I feel like on the proprietary model, there's a lot of problematic pieces that's not under your control. And all of the incentives are to not share information with you. So that's my, on that one field anyway. The other piece, I was trying to think about other data sets. There's a lot of examples, I think, of other data sets that have changed over time and how that communication has been rolled out to users. I'm sure everyone here can name their favorite, whatever, survey question that changed, but in particular, it made me think of the disability question and when that was changed and how that was communicated. And there's lots of ways through labels or table number, special table number, or I think there's a lot of ways to do that. And the other one was the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act, with my two experiences with sort of discontinuity in information. So I feel like there must be a lot of lessons in this building about that, and how that shouldn't be the barrier for making changes on those hard ones, like the tax and the acreage and the year.
Ron has a comment, and then Tori will get to say whatever she wants.
Thanks, Barbara. Ron Jarman. So I have a general comment about administrative records real quickly. This kind of based on something Andrew said. So first of all, if you're not a student of Title 13, the Census Act, there's a piece of language in there that actually directs the Census Bureau, when possible, to use administrative records, data collected by other organizations, government or private, in lieu of direct collection when it can. So Congress has stated a desire to reduce respondent burden by having the Census Bureau use administrative records for statistical purposes. We've been slower on the household survey side to implement administrative records. On the business side, administrative records have been used for decades in a variety of ways. But I think in the case of IRS in particular, not only has Congress directed us, that Congress has directed the Internal Revenue Service to share tax records with the Census Bureau for statistical purposes. So an individual taxpayer, while they're filling out their taxes, might not be cognizant of what the law says, but the law does state that the IRS shares its data with the census for statistical purposes. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thank you. So Tori, respond to whatever you want to.
Okay, I hope I can remember them all. Let me start with Babs. So thank you for your comments. I think your first one was why not confirmation? So you can think about that a couple of different ways. For something like year built, if we called and said, is this 8821 Gateshead Road, and we think your house was built in 1981, can you confirm? That's probably not very sensitive, but if you called that house and you said, is this 88 Gateshead Road, and I think your income last year was X, but you are no longer Tori Velkoff, you are now next occupant of that household who bought it, you're now disclosing something about Tori Velkoff if you say what her income was reported, right? So I think that we're thinking of using administrative records more in a, we're going to replace the questions, partially because we think that we can't tell you what we have on your administrative records for most of the records, right? So like I said, maybe year built is not sensitive, but other questions are, and we would never want to say what we think we know about that household resident to the person on the phone with, it would violate our privacy and confidentiality, right? So that's one thing. So you asked the question, what's more important, reducing burden or increasing quality? And Andrew also talked about that. I think they're both important to us. Did it go backwards? Okay. As Ron said, we have direction from Congress that we need to reduce respondent burden, so that's important to us, whether it lights you up or not. It lights us up. And of course, we want to improve accuracy. That was, vital to, or central core to what we do. Can you go back in Babs's presentation? Who has the clicker? Keep going, so I can make sure that I get your questions. Perfect. So yeah, so that one. If you go to the next one. I don't know that we did the research on what percentages of responses by mode so if there was different matches by internet but we certainly can do that work. We did what we could. All right, can you go forward now, whoever has the clicker? Oh, you have it, Babs. All right, go to the next one. All right, so sorry for this being confusing. The white are not statistically different. They're just not in the one-year data products. And I don't think I am sufficiently versed in the interquartile and median to make a comment on that. So thank you for that, and we'll think about that and get back to you. And then you talked about what is the most recent year. So I said it's 2015 and 2015. In reality, in an administrative record, depending on what that administrative record is, we don't know necessarily the vintage of it, right? So we're using tax data. We use them in 2017 and 2018. They could represent 2015. They could represent 2014. That's one of the challenges of using that particular administrative data source. There's a lag. We don't know what it is. It's probably not the same for every county. It could be some counties do assessments every year. Some counties do them every 3 years. So we don't know that, but that's a very good point. So standardizing for inflation would be difficult because you would have to know the vintage of the year from the administrative record, and we don't always know that. Okay, if we go to the next slide. Again, so they're not statistically different, but you're right, there are, I mean, so what you see in the one-year data, that's where population live, right? That's what you're seeing, is that when we can put out an estimate for a county, it means there's enough people in that county for us to put an estimate into that. And then you mentioned running for selected parts of the country. We could do that. All right, I can't look at the slides at the moment. Let me just look at my notes. I think that our thought would be that if we're going to use an administrative record, we'd probably want to do it for the entire country if we could. But that's a thing to think about. Are there parts of the country that have stronger results? But I think that would then go into how do we model it, right? If we have really good administrative record for these 39 states, how do we model it for the other states where we don't have good administrative record? And do we still ask the question of those the states that aren't in the ones that we're using administrative records for? The next, what I appreciate about all of these comments is you guys are quickly seeing there's a lot of decisions that need to be made, and there's a lot of things we need to think about as we move forward using administrative records. So Andrew, you talked about whether, it's public or not publicly available. Yep, that's something we need to think about. Of course, I already mentioned we want to improve quality and reduce respondent burden. I'm not even going to touch the PUMS versus aggregated data at this point, but I take your point. And yeah, we know that towns take the assessment seriously, so we know it's also different depending on what city or town or county that you're in. Ken, you bring up a lot of good points about year built. We actually think year built, from our point of view, it's like, all right, it's not sensitive. It probably doesn't change over time. You're right, if there was a huge remodel or redo, you might think year built is different. But one of the things that we've thought about from this research is, hey, year built, if it's in the administrative record, that probably is not going to change year over year, year after year after year, unlike home value, which will change, right? So it might be, from my point of view, if I'm thinking of my comfort level, I might be more comfortable using year built because I know it's pretty constant, right? It's not going to change. I don't have to worry about adjusting it. Sunshine, I think Ron addressed your point about using records, and I think we don't need consent. Canada has on their form, we're going to use your tax records, mark here. And yes, we realize that running and releasing parallel numbers is tricky and that people do pick and choose. And that kind of goes to your point of course, we have examples of how we've done this in the past. We've spent a lot of time thinking about when we have a break-in series, how do we communicate that? Or when we change a question, how do we communicate that? We changed the question on health insurance in the CPS several years ago, and we learned a lot of lessons from what we did with that. So we will use the lessons we learned to make sure we don't make the same mistakes we made then. But it still means we need to think about how we communicate, how we educate, how we roll it out. Krishna, the ground truth, I don't know that anyone knows the ground truth, right? So I think there's good data in the administrative records, and sometimes there's good, and there's also good data in the survey responses, and we don't know what is gold. There's no gold, right? There's mistakes in the administrative records. There's probably mistakes in survey responses. So for the income work we're doing, and we are not talking about it here because we don't have all the income data in-house yet, but we are thinking about continuing to ask an income question while using administrative records on income, at least for part of, for some period of time. And thank you for the idea about different imputation for administrative records versus responses. I don't think that we've thought about that. No, no, we have not. And I might argue the opposite, that we might trust an administrative records more than we trust a response for some items. And so it would make sense that home value might play into income if we think that the home value we're getting is correct. Kathy, I totally get your concerns about third-party data. That's why I brought up data sources. I don't know, and as an agency, I think we need to think about what types of administrative records we're comfortable using. What we're proposing to do in the ACS is different from what they're proposing to do in the 2020 census. They're proposing to use administrative records if they don't get a response, right? We're proposing to use administrative records instead of asking a question. So it's a different kind of ball game in some cases. And I think that's it. Any other questions?
I have a comment before Babs gets to give her report. I wanted to say that it's clear administrative records have an enormous potential for the ACS, I think, even more than the census. And all these things you talk about are very important. Your presentation, I think, was directly in response to a request from this committee. And I think I speak for everyone to say we really appreciate hearing something about what you've done, which is very interesting, and what the thinking is about using administrative records for the ACS. So thank you very much. And Babs, if you can give your committee report, and it's logically related to Tories, and it's all kind of a piece, but all kind of different. Thanks.
I am reporting on the group of people who have been working very intensively for a very short period of time to work on the use of administrative records for the 2020 decennial census. And as Tori said, it's different. It's categorically different. We presented a plan of work last September, and since that time we've had monthly WebEx conference calls. We drafted a report and gave it to the SMEs in late February, and we are being asked to give a final report to deliver that by sometime this summer. So the charter that we were given was that the census goals are to reduce the costs of NRFU, the non-response follow-up, for the 2020 census while maintaining the quality of data collection and reporting. So in that respect, the charter of our working group for the 2020 census is similar in some ways to the ACS. The administrative records that we have been briefed on are drawn from federal, state, third-party data sources, and the intention is for Census to create and populate a roster of NRFU units, and I'll talk about that in more detail. The strategies that Census is using, including statistical modeling and adding field contacts when necessary. Again, we all know this, but just to underscore this, there are about 50 million NRFU addresses, at least there were that many about in last September. About 30 million of them are classified as occupied, 15 million as vacant, and 5 million as non-existent, meaning they're not really residential addresses. The use of administrative records obviously can reduce field staff and repeated visits. We were quoted a reduction of up to $1.4 billion in follow-up data collection costs by using the administrative records. Statistical testing and simulations in recent years are confirming that administrative records do have a utility for use. They are critically important because the NRFUs for the upcoming census data collections may actually rise given the public's shifting attitudes about government oversight. So they are important for all of these reasons. The uses for the administrative records in the 2020 NRFU operation are to categorize as many addresses as possible, distinguishing occupied, vacant, and non-existent, and doing so accurately. The intention to generate a roster of occupied addresses means that if you can take these 50 million records and reduce the size of that very, very, very large database down to just the occupied, you have cut your workload and your costs dramatically. As a secondary use, the administrative records would help to determine characteristics of individuals and household compositions, number of children, and so on and so forth, as accurately as possible. The current sources that have been used in testing through the work of our working group, the SMEs have talked about Social Security records, IRS records, Medicare, Medicaid, Indian Health Service, CARA, best race and Hispanic origin data, U.S. Postal Service, undeliverable as addressed, and then state level Veterans Health and Human Service data, including SNAP and KidLink, and also private third-party data, MLS, tax deed, and parcel data. Currently, CoreLogic is being used, as we talked about earlier, as well as block group level estimates from the ACS 5-year and also the 2010 decennial. So these are the current data sources that we heard about in our briefings. I would like to thank my working group members. We were given a difficult task in a very short time to do it, and I would ask these people, you can see them up here, the CSAC members, I need this in 4 or 5 days. I hope I said please. I always got what I asked for, and thank you all very, very much. I would also like to thank the Census SMEs. Tom Muley, he's a wizard. We would say, we would like a briefing on, and he would just produce people the next month who would give us these briefings. I mean, you are just, I'm so humbled. And I really appreciate the help of all of the people on this slide, and also Tommy Wright. Great questions, thank you so much. So, thank you. Our activities, there were actually 8 different WebEx calls, but we worked on 5 different topics, with one briefing, the use of administrative records, the number 6 you see for the ACS in our final briefing. But I'm going to focus on the first 5 because Tori has talked a little bit about ACS already this morning. So I'll take each one of these 5 in turn. The 6th briefing that we got was very informative, but I'll just note that it was not in our original charter to work on ACS data, and I want to focus this presentation on the 2020 census and the use of ARs in that. So the first topic is to look at the effectiveness of the data sources that were being used. We were briefed on accuracy and reliability criteria for state and local level data, guided by Title 13, Title 26 in FERPA, and I apologize, there should be an E in that acronym there, I misspelled it. We talked about the possibility of using driver's license databases and birth certificate databases, but there are a lack of addresses or unreliable addresses that would caution against that use. There's inconsistencies across the country. There are also inconsistencies in the availability of SNAP data, TANF data, and WIC data. So again, that was a caution against using it. And we've talked a little bit about the CoreLogic data, the advantages and concerns that we discussed earlier. Another topic that the working group covered was to be briefed on the census workflow for NRFUs. The SMEs talked about a hierarchical strategy to build this roster of NRFUs. So the idea is that administrative records would be used to distinguish occupied from vacant or non-existent, unoccupied. And then for those unoccupied to have a follow-up mailing trying to identify which of those unoccupied are actually vacant. The remaining unresolved addresses would be considered occupied, and again, the SMEs were relying on administrative records and a mailing to those with some physical follow-ups. It's the added mailings, the physical follow-ups, the CAPI, and the telephone follow-ups, that's what's driving up the costs. And so to the extent that administrative records can isolate everything except the occupied addresses, to that extent, those 1.4 billion savings will be achievable. The categorization of the NRFUs is related to the hierarchical workflow. The SMEs briefed us on using 2 different kinds of logistic regression models. I beg your pardon. The first one is to categorize vacant or non-existent units. So the idea is to get rid of, to take the vacant and unoccupied non-existent units off the table. And you can see the data sources that the SMEs are using: the Postal Service, the IRS, Medicare, Medicaid, Indian Health Service, ACS in the 2010 decennial categorization. A second regression model then was used just for the occupied addresses, trying to assign a probability that the correct address would be used for the mailing. So using the same administrative record sources as above, plus Social Security, CARA, and the Veteran Service data. There was some discussion in the briefing about using using administrative records to assess household composition, adding in the ACS data and the 2010 census. The two sets of models, I should say suites of regression models, the reliability of those is obviously going to vary with the data source, and particularly if you've got a data source such as the ACS that has margins of error. And so we talked about the possibility of including covariates of income, mobility, and household composition. And tests were run, and the SMEs found that the inclusion of those particular covariates doesn't improve the error rate of address removals as much as had been hoped. The fourth topic that we covered was a comparison of national with subnational models. The national model is using a single model for the entire nation, and clearly that would be computationally more efficient. The subnational models are, there were 4 of them actually. One was to split the country into urban and rural, to split the country on owner-occupied versus renter, and to split on more or less than 20% of Hispanic origin and across the 6 census geography regions, with subsequent field checks to verify and validate for true and false positive assignments. So again, this is all trying to categorize occupied versus unoccupied units. And the current results that we were shown were that the subnational models were giving insufficient differences from that baseline national model to warrant the additional computations, although they did find that the owner-renter model distinguished the occupied units somewhat better. And that's somewhat, not statistically significant, so somewhat. I want to qualify that. These are really complicated statistical models, and you can't always get that great statistical significance that you hope for. The potential concerns that were raised by the working group had to do with the fact that a single study area was presented in the briefing, Maricopa County, Arizona, which may not fully represent the full range of demographic conditions across the country. We also questioned the issue of using 20% thresholds for the owner-renter and for the Hispanic origin, because neither of those match the national averages. The fifth topic, and I'm going through these quickly so that I can get to the recommendations for the CSAC to consider. The fifth topic was to assign demographic characteristics using administrative records. And we specifically focused on characterizing age, sex, race, or ethnicity, and household composition. The quality is varying, obviously, with the source of the administrative records data, but also with the geographic region and time of data collection. The census SMEs were testing to simulate the 2010 census for over 16 million persons, assigning race, Hispanic origin with the data sets you see here, the ACS, the 2000 decennial census, Social Security, SNAP, and CARA. And when the administrative records were present, the tests were able to handle about 95% of the data. Further assignment using, for lack of a better term, I'll call them using rules to assign by within household rules. What that means is that everyone within a household was assigned the composition, the race and or Hispanic origin of the person within the household who had submitted a response. The nearest neighbor rule was a hot deck assignment that would assign according to some geographically proximal household unit. And those further assignments were only able to improve that 95, it was actually 96 or 96.4%, but by another 0.5% or so, and that varied by race and by origin. So they were trying to improve these estimates for the 16 million persons. We raised concerns about the decision to eliminate the combined race question and the MENA category, and we suggested that these simulations should be revisited. Subsequent to our briefing, Tom Muley sent me an email message that clarified that when there was a match with the CARA-KIDLINK administrative records and the reports of a biological child in the household, they were finding actually up to a 98% match with improvements, especially in the high poverty areas, which is very important because children are traditionally undercounted and the high poverty areas as well. So that was a good clarification to have. So our recommendations, and these are, as I understand it, the working group makes these recommendations for CSAC to consider, not working group recommendations by themselves. And we have 4, and they get more complicated as we go through them, so I'll get rid of the simple ones first. The first one has to do with using the regression models to categorize NRFU units. We recommend that census should continue to explore strategies for incorporating those area-level margins of error into the multinomial models for the 2020 census, recognizing that the margins of error increase for smaller enumeration areas, so they're going to be larger for blocks and block groups than they are for census tracts, simply because the blocks and block groups are smaller, and also anticipating that the 2020 census participation may drop. The second recommendation relates to the subnational models. We would recommend that census should test additional thresholds because the 20% threshold for Hispanic concentration and for tenure, neither of those reflect national averages. We also recommend that census should examine more than one geographic area in testing, again, because Maricopa County may be, have a very specialized demography. The third recommendation has to do with assigning characteristics to the rostered units. We would recommend that census continue testing to further reduce bias in assigning characteristics of age, sex, race, origin, and tenure, especially in the documented low-income and marginal demographic communities where inaccurate assignments may be more pronounced. We recommend pursuing statistical simulations and adding additional administrative records as they become available to further improve counts of young and minority children. And then we also think that special attention should be paid to the simulations of the within household and nearest neighbor hot deck assignments, given the recent decisions against the collective questions on race, ethnicity, and MENA. And the final recommendation has to do with managing the testing workflow. And this is a recommendation as much for the people in the front of the room as the people sitting here, all being very attentive there, the SMEs. You probably have very extensive project management protocols in place. I'm pretty sure that you do, but we would recommend that you really think hard about implementing formal protocols to watch those risks and the dependencies and setting priorities for using administrative records in handling the NRFU units for the upcoming decennial census and for future efforts. There's 2 reasons why. The first is that testing and analysis take time, but they are much less costly than repeated physical follow-ups. Many times we heard from the SMEs that testing couldn't be extended, didn't have time to do additional parameters or thresholds, testing more than 1 or 2 study areas simply because time is so short. The other reason is that incomplete testing might very well provide incomplete information. A revised workflow and more statistical staff would really, really permit more comprehensive testing. And I appreciate that money's tight. We hear this, and I know what we're asking, but if you could supplement the statistical staff, the administrative records are improving reliability, they're improving quality, bless you, and adjusting the workflow to maximize your return on the investment in the upcoming census and in the future. It's only going to help you and everyone else. Thank you.
John Abad, you had a comment.
I wanted to ask a question about recommendation 1, just to help me understand it better. It's back on slide 149. So this is fundamentally a forecasting problem, and we would fundamentally parameterize the success of a forecasting problem in terms of accuracy measures that are some form of out-of-sample forecast error. So I'm trying to understand why the working group is concerned about better characterizations of the margins of error on the model estimation itself, which doesn't seem to me to be the relevant criterion.
What came up in the discussion is that the reporting of the quality of an ACS estimate is the margin of error. That's how it's reported to the public. And so we asked if it would be possible to incorporate those into the simulations. Now, I appreciate what you're saying about the forecasting, and if there is another way to incorporate or embed reliability into those simulations, we wonder if that would not help you improve your characterizations. That's where we're headed here, not that it has to be the MOEs.
So I understand the justification for focusing on the MOEs when you're publishing a general purpose statistical summary that you can't state the use case for in advance. But you said that the working group was focused on the 2020 NRFU application, and in that case, it seems to me the out-of-sample forecast error is an appropriate criterion. If you disagree with that statement, then we should continue. If not, then I think I get your point.
So noted. You're exactly right.
And this is a...
Go ahead, Tom. We all love you.
Yeah, this is Tom Muley from the Census Bureau. So with the margin of errors, one of the questions that came up is that our model does predictions of vacants and occupy, which we use in making our decisions. And one of the things we're asked at is those predictions have uncertainty. So one of the things that Moises IU was able to do is looking at those predictions, could he do something to normalize and take into account that uncertainty, factoring that in and making our decisions. His analysis ended up showing when taking into account those predictions uncertainties, we weren't seeing as much difference between factoring or not factoring that in. With the ACS area margins of error, I mean, one question that we would have is that we do use as coefficients in our models the ACS block year estimates. So we do use those percentages and those estimates. Currently, we are only using those point estimates. So kind of it's based on this recommendation, this may be suggesting to us that we need to look at somehow factoring the uncertainty of those estimates into our work as well. That's something that we could do, but the main thing we would try to share with the committee was looking at those predictions and factoring the uncertainty into the decision. Well, can I also just make one quick about the national versus subnational models? I would like to make one clarification on that. With the results that we did show with the working group, that analysis was done retrospectively on the 2010 data, and all the analysis that we presented was on the 2010 results. So there was a lot of results we showed that were for Maricopa County, but that result in looking at that was a national result. And with us, we do have a challenge. I mean, Tori mentioned being a production shop. We have about a 6-day window where we need to produce our result and pass that on to the control system. So that is one decision that we have with the national versus subnational models is how many models do we have? And one of the advantages we do have with our national models is we do have ACS block group characteristics. We have several of those in our models. So we think by having those in our national models, the need necessarily to have subnational models may not be as great. That's why I think we were seeing some of the insufficient results that we were seeing.
Other comments, questions? Sunshine?
This is just maybe a general statement because it kind of goes back to the ACS discussion. But I want to second Krishna's point about gold standards, right? And I get it that it's, feels like you can throw up your hands and say, we can be stuck. But there is variation, right, in across administrative records in terms of which ones are better able to be validated and others that are kind of less compelling. And you know, I think the acreage is an example, for instance, of one where, you know, you could look for kind of accuracy across the two and feel like, you know, you can put a little bit of a stake in the ground. That's one of the things that I think is going to be really important in terms of decision making across the Bureau, is kind of having, you know, understanding how much error you are willing to have within administrative records to use them, and how you then combine when there's a particular level of error. Or how you might vary your method based on the extent of error within the administrative record.
Jack?
Thank you, Jack Levis. I'm going to apologize again for this. So I'm the operations person. And Tori, thank you for mentioning there's a difference between the 2020 census, which is what most of what our discussion was on the calls, versus ACS. And you know, one of the things I need to do always is keep the main thing the main thing. So we mentioned early on that one of the purposes is to save $1.4 billion. That was the number on your slide. What I'm unclear about still is, where are we in crossing that line to the 1.4 billion? And maybe that's not the goal, maybe that has nothing to do with this, but I don't know if what we're doing is finally doing the final polishing, or if we have some big work in front of us to save that $1.4 billion. That's what I'm unclear about still.
Ken?
Ken Simonson. This is something that came up, and I guess applies for the next session on the annual business survey. I went to a presentation about this a couple of months ago, and it was suggested that the Department of Veterans Affairs has a number of sets of records relating to veterans, and I wondered if that's another possible source of administrative records that could be used for this purpose. Now, at that presentation, there was the accuracy or the completeness of those records was challenged by some interest groups that were there. So I'm not suggesting that it's necessarily fertile ground, but I wondered if it's one that has been examined for this purpose.
Tori or Barbara or Babs, do you want to respond to anything? Or Tom, go ahead. You know everything.
With that one, we're not familiar with that particular source, but we did definitely write it down and can definitely see if we can follow up on that as a potential. This one, I do want to thank Babs and the working group, because we did ask if we could get recommendations at this meeting, because since we are making our final decision on files in September, by having your input now allows us to be able to address things as we conclude that determination. So thank you.
The CSAC, when we talk about, have our deliberations, we'll talk about these recommendations and whether we want to adopt them as is or make any changes, but we will be talking about that. Sunshine? Or, I'm sorry, who else?
I was just going to bump up Jack's question to see if you know, somebody wanted to say in terms of how things are looking in terms of the use of administrative records for saving, and actually, and then hopefully there's a little bit of an update, but then I would ask, and then also what are the implications for the potential differential undercount, given that the administrative records are more likely to be available for differential portions of the public, and what are the expected trade-offs going to be between cost savings and the undercount?
This is Al Fontenot. I'm going to address the question on where we are on the savings related to the removal of vacants. We clearly have identified our estimates from the model in terms of what % of the housing units are vacant or the actual number of housing units. We also know our cost data on making that call to try to call or multiple calls to try to assure that that's vacant. So right now, as we refine the model in terms of what records will be available and how accurate it'll be, which is a refinement stage, we will know exactly how we stand versus on that cost savings. Part of our issue was ensuring that we had appropriately socialized that we were going to be using administrative records really for two purposes in the 2010 census. One is where we had good administrative records, being able to, after one legitimate on-the-street knock-on-the-door call, be able to apply administrative records where we didn't have that data. That had some controversy associated with it, and right now it's been pretty much embraced by our oversight and by the department. And so we are moving forward with that part. The vacant removal was probably never in question. So we're just in the refinement and tinkering portions of that right now.
So, and I would add on it for Al, when you're thinking about the differential undercount, I mean, all of the other procedures are still the same. So we're only going to use administrative records for enumeration when those records are very good and have a very high probability of looking the same as if, you know, we finally do knock on the door and they give us the answer. But the, you know, for those houses that don't have high quality administrative records, you know, they will still get the same 6 visits that they got in 2010. So
I think we'll skip the break we're supposed to have because this is good. But Tom, go ahead.
I did have, Sunshine, we've been very concerned about that. That's why when looking at this, when we are doing, especially our retrospective 2010 analysis, when using administrative, we think about maybe 15% of the NRFU universe we could identify as occupied. We're looking areas that have higher concentrations of harder to count populations, they had less determinations of being occupied. So we like that because that's areas where we're able to do more on the field visits. So we like to see that. We're looking at our vacants, determining the addresses that it's vacant, nobody lives there. We have also modified our contact strategy. For an address to be administrative recordly vacant, we are postal using work, especially the postal carriers delivering around April 1st. We need to have undeliverable as addressed around April 1st, and then we need 6 weeks later to have a repeat of that. So we're using 2 instances of that to say, because when we saw out of the 2016 test, we're seeing instances of about 20% of those being occupied. We are saying, okay, what can we do? So if it doesn't come back as being UAA in May, those addresses are going to go out and get the full contacts. So we're trying to do these things. Where can we use administrative records? And also with the occupied, we are only going to use the records if they don't self-respond. So they will get the 5, if they're in our mail-out areas, they'll get the 5 mailings. They will get the door knock from the enumerator, can get it resolved on the doorstep. We leave the notice to visit. They can go inside, they can fill out the questionnaire. And then even after that, we do an additional postcard mailing 1 week afterwards. So we're trying to do multiple modes of contact is to be able to address definitely what you're bringing up.
Kathy?
I'm sorry if I missed this in the details, but do you need to make decisions about this before you can look at, for example, the Providence end-to-end test? And are you testing the NRFU with the admin records in Providence?
So we are implementing as part of the 2018 process. We will implement, we will identify our occupied, our vacant, and our deletes, but we're not just standing still. We are, as part of the 2018 test, out of the cases that we identify as those, we are taking a 1 in 5 sample of those, and we are going to ignore our results, and we're going to send those out to the field again. We will get those results back again, and then we will assess as a final time. I mentioned that change in contact strategy that we did in vacants. Is that addressing the results that we were seeing? So we'll get another result as well, so we can quantify what the differences are we seeing between these 2 results.
Other comments or questions?
Tommy, you're right. I tried to refrain from getting involved in the discussion as designated federal official, But I feel compelled to make just this one comment and observation. I would like to, on behalf of the Bureau, commend and express sincere thanks to this working group, Barbara, and the members, and Tom and his staff. I did manage to attend, I think, almost all of the meetings. I think I may have missed the first one, but I was observant. So it was exemplary, the way the interaction existed. It went beyond the depth at which we do in this particular meeting, and without pay. This is called professional service. I think you get a line on your resume. But you're to be commended for the depth, and you pushed the Census Bureau, and Tom, you and your staff responded openly and and you went back and forth. And this is I think this is one of the values of the committee in general, that you push the Census Bureau, and we want to respond back. And so this is very helpful, just the conversation alone. So I just want to make that observation to both.
I think we're done, so I think we can have a 5-minute break, although not our 15-minute break, and then we're back on schedule.
I wanted to stand up and salute everybody.
Babs is great. Yeah, it's great.
This idea about making sure that everything is transparent and that you don't use proprietary algorithms.
Yeah, the thing when it's a secret method and you're going to use it for public purposes, that gives me the willies.
Well, I have a colleague.
Tommy Wright. Welcome back from the break. The chair has called everyone back. We'll now hear from Patrice Norman. The topic is New Annual Business Survey Update.
Good morning. I'm Patrice Norman. I work here at the Census Bureau in the Economic Directorate.
Speak into your microphone a little more directly.
A little closer. Is that better? Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm Patrice Norman. I work in the Economic Directorate in the Economic Reimbursable Surveys Division. My branch, the Business Owners Branch, is responsible for the annual business survey, which we're going to talk about here with you all today. Okay. Yay. All right. So I got it right on the first try. Okay, so the annual business survey is a new survey that we are planning starting in 2017 through 2021. This is going to be an annual survey that we are conducting as mandatory under Title 13. And the ABS actually replaces 3 existing Census Bureau surveys, and that includes the Survey of Business Owners, the Annual Survey of Entrepreneurs, and the Business R&D and Innovation Survey for micro businesses. The ABS is actually also replacing the innovation piece of the Business R&D and Innovation Survey, which is known as BRDIS, not to be confused with BRDIM, the Business R&D Innovation for Micro Businesses. We are conducting this as a joint effort between the Census Bureau and the National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics, which is part of the National Science Foundation. So I did briefly just want to talk about give some background on the 3 surveys that ABS is replacing. So for starters, the Survey of Business Owners, it has historically been conducted as part of the economic census every 5 years. It was first known as the Survey of Minority Business Enterprises and the Survey of Women Business Enterprises, so SMOBE and SWOBE. It eventually became one survey known as the Survey of Business Owners. And originally, it was developed in response to a presidential executive order that required statistics be produced to measure minority business ownership. So as a result, the Survey of Business Owners published a number of firms, receipts, payroll, and employment by gender, ethnicity, race, and veteran status. We also published several business characteristics. So we published topics such as the amount of capital needed to start the business, whether or not the business was jointly owned and operated by a male and female owner, and then also things like the type of workers of the business and the employee benefits. There were also several owner characteristics that we produced, such as the age of owner, whether or not the business provided the owner's primary source of income, and the owner education levels. So the SBO was last conducted in 2012 as part of the 2012 economic census. It was a fairly large survey, a mailed survey of about 1.75 million businesses, and that included both employer and non-employer businesses. And actually the large sample size was needed in order for us to produce detailed statistics on the minority business ownership. Okay, so then came along the annual Survey of Entrepreneurs, which was intended to be a supplement to the Survey of Business Owners. Again, the SBO was only collected every 5 years, so ASE was conducted annually to give us a more frequent picture of statistics on minority business ownership. And it was planned for 3 survey years that covered 2014, 2015, and 2016. The ASE was a joint project between the Census Bureau, the Kauffman Foundation, and also the Minority Business Development Agency. So we produced similar estimates as the SBO. There was less detail because of the smaller sample, but we were able to produce number of firms, receipts, payroll, and employment by the owner demographics. We also had the business and owner characteristics similar to what SBO published. But as part of ASE, we expanded the content. So we produced more data on things like owner motivations and owner aspirations, but there was a lot more data available on business financing, for example. The sample size was much smaller, only about 290,000 employer businesses. So non-employers were excluded from the ASE, but the sample size allowed us to produce summary level statistics on minority business ownership on a more frequent basis for those 3 years. And then finally, we had the Business R&D and Innovation Survey for micro businesses. And this was an annual survey intended to collect research and development activity for what we call small micro businesses. And it was only planned for survey years 2016 and 2017, again sponsored by the National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics. The sample size was only about 200,000 employer businesses, and that allowed us to produce R&D activity and cost for those businesses, but there were also other business characteristics that we produced, some of which were similar to what was produced from the ASE. So this next slide here just shows a high-level overview of where we were, and where we want to go. So in the past, we had these 3 separate surveys, SBO, ASE, and BERT-EM, that had some overlapping sample, some overlapping content, but they were all being collected independently. So there were 3 separate efforts there. And so what we've done, starting with 2017, we saw an opportunity to combine these 3 efforts into one survey, and that's what we're calling the Annual Business Survey. Eventually, we want to fold in more surveys, more content. We want to be able to utilize administrative data to help us replace content where we can. And we want to do this all under one survey environment, or what we call one enterprise platform. But today I just want to focus on that middle box there, the ABS. So I'll just give some more information about where we are in the present. Okay, so again, ABS is intended to combine these surveys that have similar respondents, similar content, in an effort to reduce the burden on the respondents. Also, we hope this will increase our data quality, and overall, we just want to operate more efficiently in this effort. Aside from those motivations, this survey is going to produce annual estimates on minority-owned businesses, and that's similar to what the SBO and the ASE data provided. We're going to produce annual estimates on R&D for small employer businesses. So those are businesses with between 1 to 9 employees, and that's similar to what we were getting from the BERT-EM survey. In addition, we want to be able to measure new business topics. So we have content that's been developed specifically for the 2017 survey year that surrounds innovation and technology that we want to measure. And then we'll also measure the other business and owner characteristics that were carried over from the SBL survey. So again, those are things like age of owner, education levels, and amount of capital needed to start the business. The ABS samples about 850,000 employer businesses in what we call the large benchmark year. Annually, we're going to reduce the sample size to about 300,000 employer businesses. This is a firm level survey, and in scope are all non-farm businesses filing any of the employer IRS tax forms. The ABS will cover 20 NAICS industries. But what's not covered are non-employer businesses. Those are actually out of scope for this collection. So we're not going to collect demographic data as part of ABS for the non-employers, but we are intending to still produce that data using administrative records. So the combination of the non-employer administrative demographic data with the employer piece coming from the annual business survey is going to continue to produce that complete picture of business ownership for the U.S. The sample is stratified by frame, industry, and state, and what we do is use administrative data to estimate that the likelihood that the businesses are either minority or women-owned. So we use that information to place the firms in one of 9 frames for the purposes of sampling. We do also have certainties, and large companies are selected with certainty based on sales, payroll, or employment. And then to get at the R&D piece, we select certain R&D industries with certainty for ABS. So here's a look at the non-sampling frames. I'm not going to read off all of them, but they're primarily defined by the race, ethnicity, and gender. And one thing to note is that we do place the firms in one of these frames for sampling, but as the data are coming in and we do our data evaluation, we may actually reclassify the businesses in a different frame for publication purposes. So I did want to touch on our content for ABS. We've designed the survey to introduce new business topics each survey year. We want to still maintain certain core content every survey year, and we know that we have to rotate content off in order for us to maintain a reasonable respondent burden. So we don't want to get in a position where we're always adding content but never taking anything off. That can be a lot to manage, but also a huge burden on the respondent, which is actually what we're trying to avoid. We're trying to make it easier for respondents. So we want to be able to rotate content off as we see fit. We also want to utilize administrative data, which I kind of touched on earlier, where it makes sense, where we have the approvals, and as more administrative data becomes available, we want to replace that with survey content that we're asking of the respondents. We are currently working on a 5-year module content plan that's going to outline our potential module topics. We're working with the research and the user community to help us define what the content needs are for the next 5 years. And our goal is to have that completed by June of this year. Okay, so what data is going to be produced as a part of this survey? So we want to produce similar data as the previous surveys. We really don't want to lose any detail as best as possible. So we're still going to be producing the firm's receipts, payroll, and employment by gender, ethnicity, race, and veteran status for the employer businesses. We're going to have the R&D activity and costs for businesses with 1 to 9 employees, but we also have estimates on the new topics that were developed for 2017. So there are going to be estimates surrounding innovation activity and also technology usage, and then we'll have the other business and owner characteristics carried over from the SBL. So this slide just kind of details what our tabulation levels are going to be. So for the benchmark year where we have the large sample size, we feel we'll be able to produce more detailed statistics. So we'll have data by the owner demographics, detailed industries, which includes the 2 through 6 digit NAICS industries. We'll have the detailed geography, so that's U.S., state, MSA, county, and economic place. We're also going to have data by the years in business, and this was actually a popular tabulation that was first produced as part of the annual survey of entrepreneurs. So we're carrying that forward in ABS. Data will also be available by the size of business, so there'll be employment and receipt size class produced for the ABS for the large benchmark year. For the annual years where we have the reduced sample size, there's going to be less detail produced. So we'll likely only be able to produce data by the 2-digit industry, for example, and the geography levels will probably only be the U.S., state, and select MSAs. We have not finalized our publication plans just yet, but our intention is to provide as much detail as we can based on what the sample will support and also the data quality will support. But we've kind of outlined these current plans based on what was able to be produced from the surveys that ABS is replacing. Okay, so just to look at the timing for a little bit, the 2017 plans are well underway. We're already preparing to mail the 850,000 employer businesses that were selected. Data collection is scheduled to start in June of this year and then close out by December of this year. So that's going to be followed by some processing and analysis. And then our goal is to publish results for 2017 in December of next year. In the annual years, we're going to follow a similar cycle. It's going to be slightly shorter, and that's due to processing fewer records and mailing fewer records, and the analysis will be a little bit shorter. So data collection will occur every summer of each survey cycle, and we'll want to close out collection within the same survey year or the collection year. We're going to follow that with some processing and analysis, and our goal will be to publish data a year from collection closeout each survey cycle. So this is somewhat accelerated from the survey of business owners historically. And we first started doing a quicker cycle as part of the annual survey of entrepreneurs, and we want to continue that for ABS. I did want to mention that we're continuing to do some outreach efforts to our user community. I've outlined here on this slide some of our plans to discuss ABS in a more public forum. We've been having ongoing discussions with our stakeholders, those that had the most interest in the SBO and the ASE data. So it was a lot of change from what we've done in the past. So we've really been having ongoing conversations with the SBA, for example, Minority Business Development Agency, the Kauffman Foundation, since they sponsored ASE, and also the National Women's Business Council, among others. We will continue these efforts annually as we're making changes to the content. We want to reach out to our user community, and we just want them to be informed of the content and also any changes that are going to affect the data results. So that's pretty much it for, the background on ABS. These are some of the questions that we have proposed for the committee. They're kind of surrounding like content, our imputation, survey consolidation, things like that. So the first question that we have here is, what is the best approach to determine the optimal survey frequency of specific content? So that's getting at, like, how often should we be asking certain questions? We've designed the survey to be flexible to change the content, but what's the best approach to determining how frequent we should ask these items?
Great. Ken?
I'm Ken Simonson. Thank you for a very clear and well-organized presentation. I don't have anything comparable. I did send your presentation to over 100 business economists and trade association economists and research directors, and really got only one response, which I'll read that. With the savings, could the new survey be conducted every 2 years with the core questions in each survey, but the topical module broken up so that some questions are only asked every 4 years, reducing the size of the survey and the burden on respondents while increasing the value of the survey results? I guess my comments are out of scope, namely they're about the non-employer side of business. That to me this looks like potentially a fast-growing portion of the economy. We've already seen huge numbers of people signing on as Uber or Lyft drivers, people opening their homes or operating other premises as temporary occupancy facilities, and things like TaskRabbit and Mechanical Turk offering people the opportunity to perform tasks for at least some form of pay as non-employees. And the BLS is attempting to measure some aspects of that that so-called gig economy. They are also report monthly that the employment to population ratio remains very low, even as we see other figures showing that incomes are rising. So presumably non-employees are producing more income than previously, and it looks like an important part of the economy for census to be measuring for a number of reasons. So it's not planned to be part of this survey, and in fact non-employer statistics may suffer from not having as much funding as before. So my question may not be to you so much as the people at the front of the room. Are there ways that Census is hoping to capture more information about that? And then another somewhat out of scope question. I wasn't here for the budget presentation yesterday morning, but I wondered, has the appropriations bill for the omnibus bill for the rest of fiscal 18 affected anything about the timing or scope of the proposed ABS?
So I'll just touch on the non-employer piece here quickly. Oh yeah, and I'm not the non-employer expert in the room. we have a few here, but historically, as part of the SBO, we did collect non-employer data, and we found that they're hard to get data from. They're not the easiest respondents, and it was actually costing us a lot in the follow-up and things like that to get data from them. So we were finding that there were administrative sources that we could use to supplement what we were collecting, and we actually first implemented that in the 2012. So that kind of led us on the path that maybe we don't need to mail these. There is some data that we will lose by not asking employers, so all the content that we were asking on ABS is not going to be available administratively. But the primary data, which would be the key demographics, the gender, ethnicity, race, and veteran status, we have found that we can produce from administrative data. And so when we were out talking to our stakeholders, that's what they care about most. And not only are we still going to have that, but we're going to have it annually. It's not just going to be every 5 years now. So we found that a lot of them appreciated the trade-off of that. Oh, okay, Ron,
Ron, go ahead.
So, Ken, there's some stuff that unrelated to the survey. There's been some work looking at both, well, actually 3 household surveys, the SIP, the ACS, and the current population survey, where households report their employment status, and they're supposed to be able to say whether they're self-employed or not. If we compare that to administrative data from 1099s, you know, where like a Uber driver would report their income from being an Uber driver, we see not only are the levels different, but the trends are different. So the CPS, ACS show virtually no movement in the amount of what you would call gig economy employment, whereas the administrative data show both a higher level and increasing, you know, it's increasing over time. So I think there's some real issues with surveying people about their self-employment status. That I think we need to do some research on why that seems to be a problem. But I think what Patrice is saying is that in the past on the SBO, when we surveyed the non-employer part, you know, employer firms were able to answer most of the questions. Non-employer firms had some difficulty. most of the key data items that the funders were really after, we can provide with administrative records. So I think that this is an area that we need to research about how to get these other non-ADREC available data items from this population. So.
Ken Simonson. Yes, I agree with you, Ron, that it should probably stay out of scope of the ABS. The ABS has the potential to produce timely and very useful data about employer businesses. It's a much harder problem to track down, get reliable or let's say consistent information about non-employers. Many of them may not even see themselves as being a business, and indeed I think there are important definitional questions about whether an activity is a, quote, business, unquote, or not. Even looking at 1099 MISCs is problematic, as I found this week in trying to help my son, who's in grad school, prepare a tax return. He'd received a 1099 MISC that reported a large amount as non-employee compensation, but he felt he hadn't been providing services. He was getting a fellowship, and there's quite a bit of discussion on the internet as to whether this should be in box 7 in a separate box, not even on a 1099 MISC. Different universities, different fellowship funders do this differently. So I don't envy you, but I hope you will go after this, particularly as more of us hit so-called retirement and yet find ways to bring in income as non-employees. I think it will be a bigger part of the population, if not a bigger part of the economy.
Peter?
Yep, Peter Glenn. I just want to bring to your attention, I don't know that this is particularly relevant, but there's an activity at Stanford called the Stanford Latino Entrepreneurship Initiative, and they maintain a large database of 1.3 million U.S. Latino-owned companies. And they also do regular business surveys of that group, so may be useful.
Thank you.
Ken, you want to say more? It'd be fine if you, anyone else? Oh, Allison?
Yeah, this is Allison Plyer. First, I just wanted to say that, let you know how useful this data is in New Orleans, in the New Orleans area. We've used the 5-year data on firms and receipts to show that the number of minority-owned businesses is growing rapidly as a share of all businesses, but their receipts has been stagnant since 1997, and that's really catalyzed activities across local government and a lot of nonprofits to really focus on building the capacity of minority-owned businesses in New Orleans, which is, primarily African-American, where we really appreciate the data. So, and wanted to let you know it had that impact, which is great. And I guess this is a sort of a separate question when we were talking about the surveys and the self-employed. I was thinking about the question on ACS that asks about employment status, and the way the question is phrased is, have you done any work for pay in the last, I guess it is 12 months. And I wondered if you all have looked at that particular question and thought it was valid as an indicator of those who are employed and those who are self-employed. Who knows?
Can anyone answer that? Or wants to?
Well, we haven't currently
Patrice?
looked at that. I think that would be interesting too. Yeah.
Well, so that's I mean, as we were talking about gauging this self-employed economy, that question, asking it that way, have you worked for pay? I think people in New Orleans, people say like a lot of people are cutting grass or painting houses or whatever, even before, Uber. And they might respond yes to that, right? So something to look into.
I thought it was very interesting, and I'd like to thank you very much. And that was in response to a request from Ken Simonson, which we all agreed with. And that was really very, very helpful. I think we'll be interested in seeing how it progresses. Anyone else? Was it public comment time or not?
Barbara.
30 seconds, it'll be public comment time. Ken?
I asked about whether the appropriations bill had changed anything on the timing or scope of this. Is there an answer from the front or from Patrice?
Anybody know? Oh, okay.
Nick Orsini, No, it has not changed anything. We're on schedule based on what you saw on the slide.
Great.
I guess it's time, so Tommy?
Tommy Wright. It's now time for public comment. I understand that we have one person who has registered, Adeline Wilcox. Please come to the microphone. I think she's there, and please proceed.
I'm Adeline Wilcox.
Please. That's
Retired.
I have one other sentence.
Oh.
Before making your comment, please say your name, what you did, and affiliation clearly.
Retired.
All right, thank you.
1 week ago today, I found I could not use the Census Bureau's website. Clicking on the home page took me nowhere. On Sunday morning, the website warned users with the message, "We recognize users are experiencing issues accessing services and applications on census.gov. We are working to resolve the issue and apologize for any inconvenience." Did the Providence County, Rhode Island census test overload the Census Bureau's website? I'm disappointed that the Census Bureau gave no explanation yesterday.
Tommy Wright, anyone here to...
I can respond that the Providence test had nothing to do with that outage. The outage had something to do within our own data center that related to our website. The Providence site was running consistently through that. It didn't affect our test area or anything like that. So those were two independent activities.
Yeah, we don't have anyone from IT here right now, but there was maintenance in our Bowie Computing Center over the weekend that caused some issues. And again, like Al said, the Providence work had nothing to do with that.
Continued to run with no difficulty.
Tommy Wright, we regret that inconvenience. There is another item which has been handed to me, so let's see how well I can read without pre-reading. We received an email submission from the Children's Leadership Council, CLC, which is described as a coalition of 57 organizations dedicated to improving the lives and opportunities of babies, children, and youth. CLC members include national coalitions, policy and advocacy organizations, and direct service providers. Collectively, CLC's members have affiliates, partners, and members throughout the nation. The CLC is very interested in the preparations of the U.S. Census Bureau for the 2020 census, especially steps to address the historical undercounting of young children. The Census Bureau will post on the CSAC webpage of this meeting public comments received from 2 CLC board members who lead organizations that focus whole or in part on young children. And I see 2 names listed here, Lynette Fraga, Executive Director of the Child Care Aware of America and CLC board member, and the second name is Matthew Melmed, Executive Director of 0 to 3 and CLC board member and treasurer. So there should be more information there on the website.
I would like to respond to that, and that the undercount of children is an area that we at the Census Bureau are very concerned about. And for the 2020 census, there are 3 initial areas that we are focusing that. Number 1 is in our training of our enumerators when they go out in the NORFU operation. They are being added, they're getting some added dialogue to remind people that all the children count and be sure to include children. Now that's in non-response follow-up. But in internet self-response and paper self-response and telephone self-response, there are those challenges also. Our telephone questionnaire assistance center is getting additional narrative to address children when they talk to people on the phone. Y&R, the contractor, is incorporating it into their media plan that we need a focused media to talk about be sure you're counting your children, do not forget your children. We're also working with other groups, Census in the Schools and other groups, to provide more material on count your children, make your children count, they count. And so we are focused on increasing our visibility of those areas in all of our census response areas and in our media plan. And lastly, our partnership program. That is going to be a major initiative for our partners when we go to complete count committees in local communities and talk with them about developing their complete count plan, talking about do not forget your children. So yes, we are focused on that in all our means of data collection and communication that we're planning for the 2020 census right now.
Maybe I'm behind the times, but my understanding is that when this same issue was followed up after the 1950 census in the infant enumeration study, that they found that 80% of the time when the young child was missed, the child's young parents were also missed. And at least from that time, it seemed to be mainly, then at least, a problem of missing entire young families where the parents were in the age where we always have undercount to a greater extent than forgetting little Johnny who was 4 months old.
I can't really respond to the results of the 1950s. We're finding that there are certain population groups that we consider hard to count where we do have a higher instance of children being undercounted. But it also is across other population groups that don't have hard to count characteristics. And so we're trying to emphasize it to all of the population base.
Thank you. Tommy Wright. There's a third part to this. If you're following us by way of webcast and want to make a comment, there's a number where you can call in, 800-857-6560, and the participant code is 3546184. Is that followed by a number? Okay. We'll pause for a minute to see if someone's going to call in.
Good afternoon, good morning. This is Tara Dunlop Jackson. Tommy, I think we've given enough time. They've been provided the number earlier. Thank you.
Tommy Wright, thank you very much, Tara. Barbara, we're back in your hands. And maybe this is a working lunch, I'm not sure.
Well, this is a working lunch with no lunch here yet. The things I think we have to do, is it always okay? The things I think we have to do, which I was saying before, we're going to have to talk about the working group on administrative data, the comments this morning, the people who were the organizers of the BABS on the administrative records presentation and such, and Ken on the new annual business survey. So if people could gather around for those and finish drafting your comments. And Babs, if you could send me your working group's recommendations to the CSAC chair address, I'll put that in and we'll get toward having a document we can talk about. So for sending me something, Ken, and sending me, well, send me the working group stuff right away, please, Babs. But for your comments on Tory and such, if both of you could do that by, you think you could do that by 11:15? Or is that too fast? To 11:20. And then we'll see if there's food here, and if there's not, we're going to start talking about all this. And all of you, when you draft your things, send it to csacchair@gmail.com.
Tommy Wright, this is committee work, and if others want to leave, they are permitted to do so at this time. Thank you very much.
Hello, control room. Thank you for the mood music, but I don't know if you know it's playing. Thank you. This is Tara.
Tommy Wright, excuse me for interrupting, but I'm reminded that this is still a public meeting, and so people should definitely, at this point, state their names before.
Oh, Barbara Anderson.
Okay, thank you. Oh, bye.
Oh, bye-bye, thanks so much.
Bye.
This is Barbara again, read the third one.
This is Peter Glenn. Peter Glenn. Just in point two, what's the 20% parameter refer to again? If you could just remind me. In point two?
Sorry,
The 20% parameter?
what about it?
Can you just remind me what that is referring to?
It was above and below 20% were the break points for doing the separate estimates. Beyond, I'll reword that. Is that better?
Thank you.
You're all good. Third one? Fourth one? Oops. Sorry, I'll go back. What?
You've got a small typo in number 3 at the end.
Oh, sorry.
Middle
where?
Easter.
Oh, Middle East, oh, sorry. Middle Easter, is that like between?
Babs,
Syria
can
and-
you just, I'm just curious, not for the recommendation, but just why the decision to keep the old question affects this recommendation? Because it says, especially given the not changing to the new questions.
The issue is for the within household is not as important as the nearest neighbor hot deck assignment. But because there is no longer a MENA category, what they're doing is they're saying, we're going to find a nearby household that has reported, and we're going to assign the household characteristics to that. And if that family happens or does not happen to be of the same ethnicity, then they're actually putting erroneous data into the record simply by dint of geographic proximity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Peter Glenn, another typo. There's a missing quotation mark before within household in number 3. Number 3,
Okay, number 3.
within household, there's a left quote mark that's missing there.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, is that okay?
Barbara, I'm realizing on the 4th recommendation, what the working group was asking for is to have census hire more statisticians, and that did not get into the recommendation, and I would.
Should that go at the beginning?
Perhaps you can help us to word this
Okay.
effectively.
Okay, should, how, assign, they can get them internally if they want, assign more statisticians, right? Is that right?
Or is it number?
Are you talking about 3 or 5?
5 would
Or
be
4?
great. Just somewhere in these recommendations, I think it's important that we carry forward the working group.
That they assign more statisticians to effectively accomplish these tasks.
It's not assigning, it's hiring.
Oh, I was thinking it was up to them whether they wanted to take them from somewhere else in census or hire more.
Okay, how about assign or hire? I mean,
Okay.
it's a little bit presumptuous of us to ask that, but
Tommy Wright, just for a bit of information, there are some vacancies in Decennial for status. I think Pat Cantwell, who's the chief of that division, would support that comment. I think this is a bit of information. I don't want to be persuasive.
okay. So assign or hire would be acceptable.
Barbara, Jack Levis. I think the one you got, thank you. No. I think when
Okay,
this
Jack.
is Jack Levis, when he copied it into Word,
Yeah?
I think like number 7 is really a separate paragraph that was on number 5.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not, those aren't separate recommendations, they were just, like, so 7 is part of what was 5.
So I can stick it at the end of
and-
5?
Yeah, and the same, I think, with 8.
Well, why don't I move 7?
Or
then
maybe,
you can-
maybe, yeah.
Then
yeah,
you can tell me what to do with 8.
Yeah. Wait, yeah, well, that was just part of 5, that was an extra paragraph in 5, or an extra sentence in 5.
Okay?
And the same with, keep going down.
I save as we go so I don't lose things.
Yeah, that was part of it.
7? Oh, which does that go
7
back
is
to
also
5?
part of,
5?
yeah, and so was, same with 8.
Oh, okay.
Those are all part of the same thing.
Is this a new paragraph in 5? Or we can put it in
Yep.
and see whatever.
If you want, I can go over there and put them
Is
together.
that right now or not?
I don't know, I'd have to.
What?
I have to see them together, so let me.
Okay.
Because that, right,
Oh,
see that
wow.
word risk right there?
Oh, I made a mistake, I'm
That
sorry.
goes in there somewhere.
Why don't I paste it and we can see where it goes?
Okay, go. Well, do you want me to go over there and do it?
Sure, come on over.
I can knock it out real quick.
Sure, thank you. I take all the help I can get.
I think it just copied into the Word and it just.
Went crazy?
Well, yeah, I just gotta figure out where it went.
Microsoft deciding what's best.
Let's see, where's the one that we're looking at? Is that there? Let's see. Ideally, I think you did have it right.
It's right?
I think you had it right. Let me check it. Let's see. Ideally.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's right, it's
So
right.
prior to this important line of the possible.
Yeah.
CSAC, okay, that's just fine.
It's right,
Thank
it's
you.
right.
Thank you.
Amazing, it's right. So, if we go back, and so everybody hopefully is engaged now, I think we talked about through 4, so now you can read 5 and see if you have anything to say?
Barbara, this
Yes?
is Jeff Lauer. Looks like a typo on the second to last line on 5, where it says remaining activities to determine benefit, comma, effort. Probably should be comma after that.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm sorry, where are we?
That's exactly right.
Second to last line of page 4.
Oh, okay. To determine benefit, oh, that should be a comma, right? Sorry.
Yes.
Right? Let's move on to 6 and 7. So since right now we're talking about a working group's recommendations to CSAC, we don't have to vote, but we need to see whether, we never vote, we just talk and compromise. See whether people are okay with making these CSAC recommendations of Census Bureau, or if anyone has objections. Are there no objections? So then these are all our recommendations. Okay, so now that, thank you, Babs, that was great. So now I think what we do is we go back to the beginning, and we go through the whole, you folks are wonderful, go through the whole thing. No, I wanted to go through it all because that was the only thing of that same weight, in a sense. And hopefully we'll have time to go through the whole thing twice, which we sure should have. What I discussed with some people is I took all the comments that, almost everyone made comments about the citizenship question. So I took those and put them all together and tried to take out redundancies. And on the one hand, we want to edit, but on the other hand, I want to make sure people feel okay with or comfortable with what we're saying. I think this is all, I tried to make it so it's all appropriate in terms of our technical and scientific task, in terms of concern with data quality and response rate. But I want, and I think, well, I tried to do the right thing, but I want to make sure that everyone feels all right about what it says. Does that make sense? Oh, right, right. Gotcha. About whether you think what it says is okay or not.
Barbara, this is Babs.
Yes?
Could you change the wording? Let me see if I can find it. We believe it is critical to collect evidence about the impact of adding the question before it is added. Could we reword it to say, we believe it is critical to collect more evidence about the impact before adding the question?
Right.
Oh, and take out the impact, take out the phrase of adding the question right after the word impact.
Oh, right. Right?
No, more. Keep going all the way to the word before. Delete.
What is it you wanted to say?
I want you to delete the word the and the word question, where your cursor is right now. Yep.
And then one general comment, it reads a little strangely because we say there's no evidence, and then we talk about the empirical evidence was collected differently. Either there's evidence or there isn't evidence, right? And if we say there isn't evidence, then we can't talk about how the evidence that was collected was from a previous period. So we kind of...
Okay, I think we need a rewording. There it is. How about, in other words, just because there is not clear evidence that adding the question would have blah, blah, blah. Moreover, the empirical evidence discussed came from data. And then that actually is not internally contradictory. Okay, there is not clear evidence. This is not evidence that will not. Moreover, that was
And
Does
this
that
is
make
Juan-
more sense?
This is Juan Pablo Urquez. You
What?
we may want to clarify who discussed that. So it's in the
In the
memo by
memo.
Secretary Ross.
That was discussed by Secretary Ross, came from, right?
This is Kathy. In the different list, I think we should add collected in a different context, because one of the things they keep bringing up was the American Community Survey and asking the citizenship questions in the American Community Survey, which is in this climate and current.
In different, do you want to say different data context or different data collection context?
Data collection context, that's fine.
And that would be plural, right, in different data collection contexts, more than one context. Yeah. Oh, I see, you've got them separate. That's good, the way it is. Or, yeah. Should you put or?
Is,
in a different data collection context or in a different political climate?
Actually, he was saying that in the memo, it does refer to just 2016, but.
Well, yeah. It was kind of getting heated up.
It was getting
bad.
there, yeah, I don't.
what do you want it to say? Do I put an or in or not?
Or either way, it doesn't matter to me.
I'll wait till you're done, Barbara.
What?
I'll wait till you're done and before I comment.
Say whatever you're going to say.
So, this is Jack Levis. What do we want from item 2? And the reason I'm asking that, there's some things in there, and just from my perspective, we say we believe it's critical to collect evidence before adding a question. But that decision's already made. So I don't think we add any value by stating that. Maybe we should, we should decide what we want and make sure everything supports what we want.
Well, I think the part where we say we believe it is critical to collect blah, 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 should begin another point.
Yeah, we can say, because the question was added without doing analysis, here's what we think should be happening, but the decision's made, right?
Well, maybe.
I assume that the decision's done. I don't know that it's.
I think point 2 is saying essentially that we don't think the evidence referred to actually was convincing or to the point, I think is the point of point 2. And
But
then on.
What do we expect the Census Bureau to do with that?
Well, the
Or is
Census
that
Bureau
just
can't do
commentary?
anything about any of this, basically.
But there's things we're asking them to do. I guess I'm thinking if there's something we want them to do, we should make that a recommendation and make that clear. Otherwise, it's just commentary that no one can do anything with.
Is it relevant to have our commentary in the public record? And then there
Yeah,
are going to
and
be
then-
court
And then
cases.
there's something we want, because we've
Right.
mixed, in my mind, we've mixed some things we want them to do
Yeah,
with commentary.
just to finish what I was
And I
saying.
usually like to separate those out.
Right.
Here's commentary, and now here's what I want.
Yeah, so I'm wondering.
sorry, I
That's
shouldn't have
okay.
done
That's all right. If we want to have our commentary without an action point, just to have it in the public record, this is what we observe. Well, and then that's available because there are court cases. I don't know whether they'll
Well,
draw on
one
that.
thing we're saying is, some of this is how non-standard the way this has all occurred. So it seems to me that for point 3, it might be better if we said, it is always important to collect evidence about the impact of a question before it's added to the census. Does that sound better? Like, this is not the way you're supposed to proceed.
Well, and I think that the ask, I don't remember the rest of it, but the ask is partially that we are asking them in the communications and other places to now do some work to think about what the ramifications are for NERFU, for answers, for communications, for. So ideally, this would have been before, but I'll just say that I don't think that the question about how it, while personally I might also question why it helps in upholding the Voting Rights Act, I don't know if that was something that we didn't discuss that here in the group, or, so I don't know if that, and they can't do anything about it. That was the request from Justice. So I would suggest taking that question out.
Okay, why don't we take out the sentence about upholding the Voting Rights Act?
That's my
Yeah,
request.
and then
yes.
the last sentence, I think, still makes sense.
I'm not sure what a private partnership, what is that? Is there something particular you're referring to? You mean exploring having private institutions assist in the research? Is that?
This is Andrew Samwick. I mentioned that yesterday, just in the spirit that even if Census can't commit the resources to do this, there seems to be just no clear case of adding this one question to a small survey instrument. That could be done by any number of people.
But for this, why don't we just say for the last sentence, just we would encourage the Census Bureau to immediately start testing the impact of the citizenship question. And that's something the census can do.
Yeah, I didn't write this, so
I
that
think
would be fine.
Sunshine did. We can blame it all on Sunshine. She's gone home.
You can blame it all on Sunshine.
Is that okay if I get rid of the public-private partnership part?
Sure.
Jack, is this clearer?
Yes, I thought so.
I want everyone to be satisfied. So we don't.
I think it still does leave open the question for the second bullet if we do, because we have a recommendation for the kind of first bullet and the third bullet. The second bullet is a commentary. So
Yes.
if we want to think about structuring that somehow differently.
How about we note that the rationale? I mean, we are allowed to make comments and suggestions. Is that better?
Peter, maybe we believe rather than we note?
What?
We believe rather than we note?
It's not just we believe. How about we think that? Some people react badly to verbs that have feelings, implications. How about that? It's often used against women, but it can be used against groups in general. That's just an observation. So 3, 4, 5.
Barbara?
Yes?
This is Peter. Do we want to make clearer in number 4 that part of our concern about the cost estimates would have to do with the fact that if there's a significant amount of non-compliance on the citizenship?
Louder.
Would we like to make clearer in number 4 regarding the cost estimates that part of our concern there may be that if there's a lot of non-compliance with regard to the citizenship question, there may be a lot more need for follow-up than there has been on historical censuses?
We anticipate, that's always a good word. And increased need for NRFU, right? In light of reaction to the citizenship question. What?
The addition of the citizenship question.
Oh. Right. Is that okay or not? Okay? Is that all right? You don't look happy, Peter. Are you okay? Okay. Okay.
You're right. May I just interrupt for just a,
Whatever you want.
I think this is just an observation. I think the Secretary's letter contains additional funds in there, and so there's money, and so when you're saying cost, I think it's aimed at this. I don't know if it's explicitly stated there in my memory. John, do you remember? Some of us have read this several times, but does the Secretary explicitly state that there's additional funding for anticipated?
Well, I think that they said that there's a range of what was
John is pulling it up, but
Yeah.
just a point of information. There may be a response. I'm
I
not sure.
think they said that there's a built-in, plus or minus 3, or like additional 3% built in, and this fell within the estimates. But I think we're just asking for updated cost estimates.
And I don't think it's bad for us to say that we think this is going to generate additional costs in this area, which is basically what we're saying. 5 and 6, okay? So read 7, 8, 9, and 10. We do mention you, John. What?
Sorry, this is John Abott. I don't think the Secretary made a direct reference to cost estimates, but he has noted on other occasions that there's a contingency fund in the census funding, so.
But I think it's fine for us to say this.
You may say whatever you have concluded.
Yeah, Peter?
One thing that's missing from this part of the discussion is, if you look at the letter from the Secretary, there's a dismissal of option A, and at least as I read it, it in part has the dismissal of option A in the letter, in part has to do with somehow the sense that unless there's an actual count of the individuals, that using statistical methods to impute is somehow scientifically unreliable. And from what I understand, this has been an issue that's come up in the past with the census, and I wonder whether it would be useful for this committee to say something about that. In other words, to say that, at least in terms of our view of things, there's no reason, right?
Is that okay? Okay, I will draft something and you can tell me what I did wrong.
Excuse me, this is John Abott again. In the directive to Undersecretary Kelly,
Louder, John.
In the memo directing us to add the question, the Secretary quoted a cost estimate for the increased non-response follow-up, and then said that the life cycle cost estimate, the one for the 2020 census, assumed that non-response follow-up operations might increase by 3% due to numerous factors, including a greater increase in citizen mistrust of government, difficulties in accessing the internet to respond, and other factors. And the estimate that he quotes of the increase in NRFU operations was 0.5%. So he basically says it's within the error of the life cycle cost estimate.
Well, we don't know that's true, and I'd rather have a Census Bureau estimate.
Sorry?
We don't know that what he says is actually what one would find, and I'd rather have a Census Bureau estimate of the increased costs than just what the Secretary happens to think when he wrote the letter.
Then that's what you should ask for.
So that's what we say, essentially. Yeah?
Yep. It might be interesting to do a sensitivity analysis with regard to that 0.5%, and what happens if there's a 5% noncompliance on the citizenship question? What happens if there's a 10% noncompliance?
But is it good enough that we say we want an estimate of this from the Census Bureau? I mean, I'm not sure what the point is. I may be wrong, saying, what if it's this, what if it's this, what if it's this?
Well, I think
Well-
that there's such a wide range of possibilities in terms of what the public reaction may be to adding that question. It would be useful for the Census Bureau to at least do a little bit of sensitivity analysis on that number to see what the impact would be on these cost estimates.
That could just be
relative to-
part of the
Point four?
4.
Yeah, we could add this to 4. I'm going to draft something, you tell me what's wrong.
Whenever there's a change like this,
Yes.
so this should, it's not just the total amount, it's also where it could occur. So you can't just think overall, it's likely in pockets, just like, you know, handling e-commerce for us. So whenever there's a change, you need to redo your estimates. And by the way, what if it's lower? What if there's so much attention to this that people respond? Could go that way too.
Well, what do you think about what I wrote? A sensitivity analysis, the magnitude of increased costs would be appropriate since a wide range would be plausible. Is that okay? That kind of covers all sins?
Or if you want to say the magnitude of changes in cost, if you want to let the possibility that.
What?
It could be anything, right? And again, the distribution of where it occurs
Of-
could change.
Of
It's new, you
the
analyze.
effect on, yeah, nice if I didn't make typos, of is that better?
One more typo.
Where, oh, sorry. Is that all right? Yes? Okay. I want everyone happy.
On 6, sorry to make
Okay.
you
Yeah, 6.
think about this, but on number 6, you know, we've been talking about the block level estimates and how that's a concern. And then we heard, well, this data is already being released at the block group level.
But that's based on the ACS.
Correct. I agree with you, but that's been the response. So I think it might be useful to say that, you know, block level geography is much easier for someone without GIS software to interpret. And this will be much more highly publicized data than the ACS. So the average individual could use this data in the way that the ACS is not being used. And I probably didn't say that very well, but.
It's also much more fine-grained, because I just looked this up last night, that
Yeah.
there's an average of 39 blocks in a block group. So.
Block group, right.
But didn't the secretary say it wouldn't be on the block group level, it'd be on the block level?
Yeah, that's the point. So this is correct, what we've got. And when we have said this in this room this weekend, the response from Census Bureau folks has been like, it's already available at the block group level from the ACS. Sort of like, why are you
It's at the
concerned?
block level from the ACS.
Block group.
Block group, okay.
Right.
I'll draft something, you can
Right.
tell me what's wrong.
So now we're saying, no. There's a big difference between block group and block. And there's a
Currently.
big difference between the ACS and the decennial census in terms
So
of.
that the risk is a lot higher.
The
That's
risk is a
summary.
lot
So let's
higher.
start with, like, the risk
Yeah.
is a lot higher than the current data
Yeah.
public products.
Exactly.
Well, you can see what you think about what I write.
Go for it.
How's that?
That's, I think,
Can
better.
you just go up can I see the first sentence of it? Because it's broken
Sorry.
across. Or do a hard return just so we can see it all together. So I think it's not that the block level estimates might not offer sufficient confidentiality protection, because I think that could be handled. I think it's the concern about how that immigration might go to that block and go to every door, right? So it's not the confidentiality questions so much.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Doug?
I mean, we're the Census Scientific Advisory Committee. We can't opine on what ICE may or may not do with the
Yeah.
data.
But I think that specificity, detail, and risk covers a lot of what we're worried about.
Well, you can say that it may affect the rate of enumeration, fears of.
Sorry.
Yeah, the fears of I see. The fears of targeting could affect.
What do you want me to do? Doug, Kathy, what do you want me to do?
I mean, I guess if it's just about confidentiality protection, then I think we can add that, but I think that there's probably methods to solve that problem. So,
Yeah, how do we add more sentence to get at the targeting issue?
Do we want to say, is our concern that if people know that block level data are going to come out, that this is going to increase non-response?
yeah, I think the second sentence may just not be, well, that we're expressing that the block level estimates may still cause concern about how the data will be used, even if Title 13 effectively protects individual level
So,
data.
so should this then be about people being worried about providing information because how the data are going to be processed and made available, even in the presence of Title 13 protections? Okay, let me try that. The knowledge.
Because the first sentence is about communications,
Yes.
not about confidentiality protections.
Yeah. Let's see. Is that right or not?
Might lead to increased item or overall non-response on the part of the foreign-born.
Well, part of everybody. It's not just foreign-born.
Okay.
Does this communicate what you all wanted me to communicate?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's good.
I think it's getting better. Yeah, I think not 8, 7. Don't you mean?
And you just, because it's a little more on topic, we can probably then drop 8, right? Because it's then very similar to what we just wrote in 6.
Well, I think that's the actual. Sorry, this is Kathy. I think what I was trying to, what I think 8 is about is actually like how will that affect the disclosure? But it does seem that it's related to number 9 if you wanted to combine those. It's about the communications.
Which do you want combined? 6 and 8 or 8 and 9 or what?
Yeah, because what's the ask in 6? Sorry, I keep losing the.
Sorry.
My brain, I can't remember from one minute to the next. Yeah, I think that 6 and 9 should be combined because we're asking about communications plans here, and I ask about communications plans in,
So why don't I put 9 at the end of 6?
sounds good.
Should it just be added, or should it be another paragraph within 6?
Another paragraph, I think.
Separate paragraph in 6. Or 7.
Is that okay now? And we all feel okay about these things? Because I don't want people to feel,
There was still this question about whether we should put something in having to do with the use of statistical methods as opposed to actual counts.
oh,
This
okay.
was the dismissal of option A.
Right. How about, okay. Is that what you want to say? Okay? Right?
Maybe you should say to satisfy the voting, needs of the voting acts, right? Because I'm sure he talks about other needs in the Voting Rights Act, sorry.
Okay. Okay? Yes?
Would it be possible to hear a presentation on that at some point?
We would like a presentation of this at the next CSAC meeting? Good idea. I think that with these, although we have a lot of additional feelings, that this has stayed within the purview of what it's reasonable for this committee to make comments and recommendations on, which I think was important. Are we okay? Let's move on. Well, we did that. Once I took all the stuff about the citizenship question out, this is all that was left on the update on the 2020 census. Are we okay with the update on the 2020 census?
Barbara, is that where the gender?
What?
Is that where the gender question should go? I'm not sure where it goes.
I put it later.
Okay, cool.
I did put it in. I put it later.
Jack, it seemed like you had questions on the sort of, a lot of that was operations or systems readiness. Oh, I was just on the 2020 census update that they spent, you know, we had an hour and a half on or something. A lot of it was about systems readiness or operational things. I don't know if you got all your.
Well, the reason I didn't is because they answered it.
Oh, okay.
They answered it already in the follow-up questions. So.
Great. So 2018 end-to-end test.
This is Andrew. So just to describe what this is, there are basically two types of responses. One is included in the reference to the end-to-end test in the earlier section. These were just the other three comments that were made. I don't know that they rise to the level of recommendations. first one was something that Babs mentioned, the second thing was something that Juan Pablo mentioned, and let's see. I think
We could either
Kathy was
leave
the
them
other one.
in, or if they don't rise to that level, we could wipe out this section on the 2018 end-to-end test.
Do we have somewhere else in there that we ask for a report? I thought there was another place, maybe. I would like to have something that asks for a full report out on the end-to-end test at the fall meeting, if it's not already in there. But whether we deal with all the, I mean, I can.
That is the first sentence of this.
Yeah, I'm
Right,
saying I wouldn't
right.
want to delete the whole section, but I can, it would include things like ID non-response. I don't need I don't need number 3 to be specified.
Before you take out the whole block of 1, 2, 3, I think it's very important that the census demonstrates that the mode of response impacts or does not impact the accuracy, the quality of the response. So I would like to see item 1 stay.
I think just keep all 3. I think item 3 is important because some people pointed out that although it's great they haven't had any problems with non-ID response yet, the people who respond first, they may end up with different problems with some of the later ones. So I think, is this okay then? Okay.
Oh, could I actually add 4 as long as we're keeping it? Because I would like to know particularly how the use of administrative records, their evaluation of the use of administrative records for non-response follow-up too, how that turned out.
This is John Aboud. The next CSAC is in September of 2018, and I don't think the operations that you're asking about will have closed out by then. I'm not sure. Maybe you want to ask for an interim report.
I mean, right, I was just thinking the same thing. It's September the 13th, the 14th, it may be a bit early.
At its next meeting or the meeting after that? I mean, is that?
You could say it at its next meeting or a special webinar. Or, I mean, it feels like waiting till next spring feels far.
You could say instead of full discussion, an interim report. The committee looks forward to an interim
There we
report
go.
in September. Right.
You're good.
Thanks for catching the date.
How's that?
Just make it an interim report.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Okay? All right? Oh. Sorry, I'm being dumb. Okay? Okay? Recruitment and assessment. Can I go on to the points? I will. 1 through 4.
Barbara, it's not clear in item 1 who you is.
How about?
We've been using census should consider, or we suggest that.
The census.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Okay.
And 4 and 5 were sort of part of 3. Those were 2 examples, but they can be
But
separate.
I think we need to make a separate thing about like what criminal offenses are actually going to disqualify you. I think that's, I think 4 and 5 are important enough to be listed separately. Let's be straightforward with the applicants, folks. Can I go on? May I go on?
Didn't we have a request that they verify the language expertise of people who claim language expertise?
I wasn't sure what that meant. Someone says they
I
want to
think
do it in Chinese, and I'm not sure.
No. It's the job applicants, and they say, oh, I'm fluent in Chinese.
Oh, okay. Yes, I misread it. I thought, make sure the person talking on the phone actually knows Chinese. Okay,
No.
sorry.
This is about the applicants. Because they
I
said
think
there's no way to.
something's already in there.
What?
Scroll down. I thought something was in the language section that, no?
What?
It might be, it might be included later, she says.
Right, but I think it belongs here.
It belongs here.
There should be.
Barbara, I
some-
think that you've already written a sentence. It's in the language section if you just want to move it.
Okay, sorry.
That was the, at least I remember from skimming on the Metro.
Yep, 3.
Okay. Can that be where should it go up? This should
Yeah.
go up? Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I was very concerned about that. You can just believe them?
Yo hablo español muy bueno.
Okay? Okay? Here is plan questions. This is where I put the thing about gender, because that's about planned questions here, Allison. I'll go down to 6 as soon as we've had a little more time to read. I will go down. It's 6. Are we okay?
Somebody pointed out that it was more than just males and females. It includes all the gendered household relationships. So brothers-in-law are before sisters-in-law.
I think this change would be a pretty big change for the census, was one reason I just put that in and didn't go through all the rest.
It's fine. Fine with me.
So if we can talk them into that, this is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, and well, my recommendation was actually that they make the switch on those categories as well, but also that they do it on all of their surveys immediately, because I got the strong feeling that they're not going to be able to do it for the 2020 census, because they've already submitted it to Congress. And I think they just have to make it a norm in the agency, so that then it won't be historical anymore as a reason for leaving it the way it is.
How's that?
There you go.
Cybersecurity. This is all the things.
In point 4, maybe it should be proactive in educating the public.
Yeah, you're right, you're right. Those darn articles. Okay? Okay? Yeah. This we already talked about, so I don't think we have to talk about it again right now. Ken, we finally got to the new annual business survey. I knew we'd get there.
When, just on the recommendation of, we would like to know if more information can be obtained through the ACS, do you mean we would like to know if changes in questions, added questions, more different tabulations, like what?
What do you want to say, Ken, or
That was
Allison,
mine.
or anybody?
So actually, to be more complete and clear, it would be what it says. We'd like to know if more information can be obtained through the ACS's question on employment. Possibly combined with administrative records.
Is that better? Are we happy?
Thrilled.
Barbara, just Kathy suggested something about proprietary sources for administrative records, and I missed it. Did it go by?
There's a thing about it. There is a thing about
there?
it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's, I'm going back to where it is. There it is, about the American Community Survey. I think that's okay. Do we need to go through it again, or are we all right? You look like you want to say something, Peter.
So, on the citizenship question, there's one other point that we discussed earlier, and this is the issue having to do with the actual phrasing of the question, that there's, because the question was lifted out of the ACS and put into the regular census, there's this differentiation
louder.
between... Because the question was lifted out of the ACS and put into the census without any change, there's this phrasing with regard to the differentiation between the island territories and the United States. And I guess I'm just wondering, do we want to say anything about, why is that differentiation in there? And it sounds like the reason that it's in there in the ACS was at the request of the island territories, but that was for a different purpose and for a different census.
Is that covered? So in 3, we have this similarly borrowing the question from the ACS, results in a results in a question wording that's puzzling.
It's there, thanks.
Yeah, it's there. Do we need to go through it again, or are we done? Yeah. Pablo, Juan Pablo? Louder. You need, turn on your microphone.
Yeah, so I would like one more careful read.
Sure.
That we.
So we'll go through it all, okay? You're all very good. We're a good team, all of us. I'll continue if that's okay.
Oops. What? I'm sorry, is that far enough?
Barbara, in number 3, another possible phrasing would be something like, the census tradition has always been to collect evidence about the impact of a question.
Okay. All right. They're pretty efficient.
And then maybe in the second sentence, it's not really a for example, I think. It's more like in addition.
How about just, we worry that? Is that okay?
Maybe in number 4, the second,
In light of? should be
the
gone?
second sentence can just be the first one, and then we would like to receive updated NERFU and cost estimates, period. Because we say in light of, or in.
Right, I'll make it.
So if we start with the anticipate, we anticipate.
Yeah. I'm making it better English. Thank you.
Just some repetition.
That's better English. Good. I'm all in favor of that. Okay. May I go on?
This is Juan Pablo for the last paragraph under 6. We will leave that in citizenship question.
What?
Citizenship question instead of questions for the.
I think it's question.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're right. Okay?
And maybe, I mean, I said YNR in particular, but we would like to have, relevant census staff and YNR present, so.
Okay?
Barbara, can you move back up to about 7? 'Cause that was
Sure.
just- yeah.
Is that okay, or do you want something different on 7?
So, this is Juan Pablo. Maybe a little clarification of where 7 came from. I don't remember
Where the what came from?
where number 7 came from or what the discussion around it was. Because in the previous point, we're expressing concern about block level data. And now we're also talking about,
I think this is the assumption that they will need to produce a block level file, and I think Ron talked about the adding in admin data to possibly enhance it, and how that was all obviously to be determined since all this just happened.
Maybe we should incorporate 7 with 6 and say something,
7 might also be
for block
clear.
level data produced, the census has to figure out how to do it, essentially. You see what I'm saying?
I think they're really different, because I think the 6 is definitely about the communication side, and 7 is about the
how to do it
analytic piece, so.
Do we need to modify anything to make that clearer?
Well, in number 7, it might be clearer if it says something like, given that the Census Bureau will have to determine, blah, blah, blah.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Given that the Census Bureau must determine.
Tommy, right, I don't know if Juan Pablo's question was answered, but I'm understanding this to be option D in the Secretary's memo. That's what
Is that right then or not? Or does it have to be anything different? Is that okay now? And I think it makes it clearer. Thank you, Juan Pablo. Okay?
Barbara, at the end of the section on the update of the 2020 census, is the word need?
Where, like, there is, it should be there is need, or there, yeah. Yeah, it's not English now, okay? I thought that doesn't make sense.
Maybe where there is a need?
What? Where there is.
Where there is a need?
A need, you're right, that's even better, more Englishy. Okay? Recruiting and assessment. See, this is what isn't clear now. On 6, I think it's ambiguous the way it's written now, but whether you're talking about respondents or interviewers. Oh, online job applicants. Okay, job applicant, okay. Yeah, that's better now, right?
And I think you can take out the online, because we think it's all job
Whether-
applicants if they do
Job app,
things,
yeah.
if they
We want
do
them
things
all to be
not
able to speak
online.
the languages they say. Okay. Right. So I'm going to say speak and read, because they're going to have to be able to read materials. There are a lot of heritage speakers who speak fine and don't read at all.
Maybe you just want to say are fluent in?
This is Ken. I think we want to get them to be good in both speaking and reading, and fluent could indicate either.
Heritage speakers that speak great and know no grammar and can't read anything. I think this is clearer now. They need a darn test or assessment. We recommend a darn test. That's exactly the wording, Krishna. Keeping on going. Okay, are we okay? Okay. For something where 2/3 of our comments are about the citizenship question, we have a lot of other comments and suggestions and recommendations. Were we ever given any reason why the OMB rejected the race and ethnicity? I never heard any reason at all given. Do you know anything?
There's a report, right?
What?
I think there were things, there was a published document.
There was about why they turned it down?
I think,
Could you forward the reference to all of us? I mean, not,
I feel like I have a memory of reading it, so I can take a peek and see if I can find it again.
okay. I mean, I'm not going to read it right this second, but I'd like to know, because I never heard any rationale for that. Other than OMB didn't like it, like, okay. Oh, that would be good. That would be good. Thank you. If you could let us know that. If someone would let us know, that'd be great. Tommy says such a thing does exist. Written would be good. Written would be good. What?
There's a January memo, so I can send that
You can
along.
say- Thank you so much. Does it say anything useful? I think I've been at this too long.
Barbara, would you scroll up a little bit?
Sure. To what number?
That's fine. I just wondered if we need to say why we're suggesting in number 7 that they hire more statisticians. I think it was at Jack's point that doing so, or Babs, doing so would save money. Can you wordsmith that, Bab?
How about?
In fact, Barbara, that may connect with one of the earlier recommendations where we talk about testing takes more time but costs less money.
Just a
Before you
second.
go there. It may already be there.
Well,
If you just,
I'll write this and I'll go up.
All right.
Okay. Go up. Oh, up here.
yes.
Yeah.
So
Okay, maybe we can combine them. To this end, right? Let's see, which one was I going to add it to?
number 4 at the end. You can make it a separate paragraph in 4.
4? Okay. Okay? Okay. Okey dokey. Are we done? Okay. File. Sure.
Tommy Wright, it looks like we might be done, so please,
But don't let them leave yet. We have to, I don't want them to leave till I've emailed this to the right people.
okay, so maybe I'll, are you doing it now?
No, just
Okay.
1 minute.
Well, let me at least say one comment. We have not always adequately thanked everyone, and you can't say thanks enough in many cases, so I want to reiterate and repeat the thanks to the committee members for all the work you've done here in the discussions, as well as the preparations behind the scenes before coming here,
Okay. So it
and
says,
work
sit there
that you
and help me for a moment.
will continue to do beyond the meeting. So a big thanks. Please
Oh, I'm
note that
sorry.
the fall meeting
That's you.
is September the
You're done with
13th
Jackson,
and
right?
14th.
You can include Ron if you'd like.
She wants to turn your light off.
Oh,
sorry. That's all right. Tommy Wright again. So the fall meeting, September 13th and 14th, and also I'd like for you to join me in thanking a list of people, which sometimes in the past we don't do, and I had actually had planned to do this earlier in the morning at the beginning, but we often, the advisory committee branch, of which Tara is a member, and LaJoy Matthews for organizing, lots of working, making these things happen. The Administrative and Customer Services Division, the Communications Directorate, which does all of this, the Information Technology Directorate, including the Telecommunications Office, the Land and Technology staff. Is that you? My good friend, I bother that guy all the time. And all the other supporting Census Bureau officers. Let's just offer up thanks. And Barbara doesn't want you to leave, but I'm going to end the meeting.
don't leave until I send this off.
But the meeting is ended. Please leave your badges on the table and don't leave. But thank you very much.
I didn't want to screw it up.
The meeting is adjourned.
I'll go back to